Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
So please remove your upper cloth for yoga as a ritual, and male bodies remove the upper cloth for any Hindu ritual. All the female bodies, please tie up your hair, and we request all the participants to please wear a black dress, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you are a male body, apply it on the 16 places over your body. Apply kumkum and any aushadha from the Supreme Panth of Hinduism you have available. Wear your Rudraksha mala, the Abharanam, to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry, we are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready for the ritual of yoga. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrasham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
We will be performing the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your hand, the right hand, in the shape of a cow's ear in the Gokarana Mudra, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Then take an udani of water, pour it into your right palm. We're going to chant a mantra thrice. Each time, sip the water from the bottom of your palm whenever the word Swadha is chanted.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Take another udani of water.
Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Pour another udani of water into your palm.
Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapacham and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle, and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With the index fingers and thumbs joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, and the right ear and the left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all fingertips joined together, touch on top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Now wash your hand again. As you clasp the right hand over top of the left, place both hands on the right thigh. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what it is that you want to manifest today in today's Nithyananda yoga session as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासम करिष्ये.
Now wash your hand once more as we chant.
ओम अपौपस्पृश्य.
Keep your Panchapatram and Udani out of harm's way as we are getting ready to start the yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index fingers and thumbs joined together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage the three bandhas, the energy locks, which are contracting the perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra bandha, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम्.
The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back. As you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो.
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake.
पूर्व विधि पर्यागाने नीचौ हो वे कहूँ फनास्यो लगाई.
Next up is KAILASA. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight and then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः.
The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all three bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पादगी आशमाहिली सोये दक्ष चरण को वार लोता परिकुल्फ समोय.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. And perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so.
निब्जम्बादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
एकैकम्पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the on the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः.
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bent in Adimandi. Now, bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body, followed along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरसियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
You move on to Padapidanasana. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
त्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Standing on one leg, hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra with the index finger and thumb touching as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
एकं जानूरसियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Parapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
पादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Rechita Karana. From Adimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Katichina Karana. From Adimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head, beside your ears. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान्.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman, for pregnant women shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all three bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान्.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत्.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into the plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
जासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vidavajrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knees straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Veeravajra as you perform Udjana Vanda and Mula Vanda.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Veeravatasana on the other side.
समतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च
The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
अमोरमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikuttaka Karana. From Adimandi position, heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
अबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Virunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel. repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दो भणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रुकदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो वो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपर धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एड़ी दो गुदातरी आने भना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
तलो पृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide, then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze at the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakapusandi asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees opened wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमे वेशक उपगठाने दो वोहा तपगमी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्टता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Now twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes opened wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्तो जानुनि हस्तो चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकम.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकम.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest, contract the perineal region. As you gaze through the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Mahasadaशिवोहम.
दो बूकर की उभय हस्तेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Lichaka Kumbhaka.
जानो बरिला लाटंतो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
कुल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कहियो सोई वाही विधियो की जे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो बगतली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midaki Pavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिपक्धली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोबो पकदली संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chadapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोबो पकदली संपुट धारे आगा ने करजार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
उल्भव संपेड्य जान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Engage Udyanavanda and Moolavanda.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने।
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि।
The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
नावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूल द्वारनी चैदे।
The next asana is Nadadasana. Now sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Secunadada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा बेफेरी।
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्।
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. In Siddhkari Kumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्।
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने।
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि।
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूल द्वारनी चैदे।
Next up is Nadadasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा बेफेरी।
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामे नवामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्।
Next up is Matsendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Nithyananda, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe and prana mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you. Twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अनुचरणं कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थो यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्भोरौरन्तरे करो.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानौ.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जगते करे कैसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाजी जाने दोई.
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने.
The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithya Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो तलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिणदाखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye. and visualize sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage, and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की भगदली पुनि एड़ी है जोय
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वाप पाद की भगदली जाहि माहिली कोर
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Virata in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्
The next asana is Aghorasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a Naghori.
पूर्व कहो विश्रिका चोई वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Bring the feet together in front, with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your elbows onto the heels. As you rest your chin on the palms, gaze to the tip of your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, fully exhale and hold your breath in the exhaled state as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि जैसे
Next up is Padasana. Now sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, and interlace your fingers as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ततोर्धुम्रे तजेत वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together and place the toes at the groove of your throat, the heels on your chest. Tuck your chin onto the hands and gaze to the nose, embodying the state and space of a king as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि बगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे
The next asana is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together. Insert your hands underneath the legs as you hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to the chest. Bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो भगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्त करे उरद हिताने
Next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, raise your feet up even higher. Bring your feet in front of your face with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो भगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे
The next asana is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders as you bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं तो विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परम्
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up, and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back with the palms clasped behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोनों हाथ भगवान नीचे आने, तीनों को घोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. With the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat on the ground and sit down on the left heel. As you bring the right leg over top of the left, heel close to the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं चितेन मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside of the hip. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडम ऋषिरिंदगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back and hold onto the right thigh. As you place the right hand on the left thigh, twist your body and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Mula Bandha.
आमजंगभरत चिनटाने वामहस्त बिष्टि दिशा आने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. From Machandrasana, untwist and hold onto the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean your forehead down so it touches the ground, as you place your chest down on the heels, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमजी मनो चरण जुजोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Now interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य निष्ठिका पटेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now again, sit down on the heel, this time on the right foot, as you keep the top of the foot on the ground and interlace your fingers on top of the other knees, visualizing yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेन मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the heel outside the hip. Place both hands on top of the up knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space and Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडम ऋषिरिंदगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body. Keep one arm behind your back and hold on to the opposite thighs as you gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आमजंगभरत चिनटाने वामहस्त बिष्टि दिशा आने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold onto the feet as you lean forward and down, bringing your chest towards the heels and your forehead onto the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनो चरण जुजोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Now place your hands interlaced on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana, engaging all three bandhas.
प्रथमजी मनो चरण जुजोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
The next asana is Pashasana. Now sit with the feet flat on the ground, knees against your chest, with the hands holding onto the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight, the tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra, as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जान निवृषि निधाय.
The next asana is Bodha Shukasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around the legs and hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss.
तो वो भगतली भूपति धरे कोरमा हिरी ऐसे करे.
The next asana is Kurakatasana. Maintain the same position, but place your arms under the knees and hold onto the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose. Keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो हाथ पग बाहर ले आवे, गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Maintaining the same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over top of the left so the heels cross with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने, डावा पग परिदच पद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight with the arms raised straight above your head. Interlace the fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. As you engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. Perform Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो पग मिलिवा पसारी, पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight. Extend the knees slightly up. Bring one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दोवो पाव पसारी, कछुक ऊर्धको गुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with the heels together. Place your chin on the heels as you insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with your fingers, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो एड़ी मेली कह दीजिए, हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. If you can't, bring your leg behind your neck. Focus on the prana flowing up from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandha, through the 9 various points within the body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of the head. Now engage the Mula Bandha as you perform Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck. The left hand holds the foot from the top. As you straighten your body, concentrate on the prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandha. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as infinite, endless, or eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana flowing up. as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानसहित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य
The next asana is Drushasana. Lie down on the back as you bring your knees to the chest. Encircle your thighs and calves with your arms as you rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
मानसेनं जाननी हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Again, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, just pull it up as high as you can and then lean forward. Hold on to the foot.
पश्चिमतारवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now, with the leg still behind your back, straighten your body, lay on your back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being endless.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं बाजी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto your elbow and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and focus on the upward flowing prana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmadhammasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs, and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, bring your knees to the chest with the soles facing up and extend your arms out sideways. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उभय सभा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Let us first enter a neutral position, which is laying on your back with the knees to your chest and the arms reaching out to the sides at shoulder level. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha, and focus on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. As you perform the first step, which is bringing one knee to the side onto the ground while extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees bent to the side. Straighten both knees to the side, hold onto the feet, and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now come back to the neutral position, arms extended out to the sides and the knees pulled to your chest. As you drop the other knee towards the ground, extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees to the side and extend both knees to the side, gazing in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold onto your ankles and lift your hips up, gazing to the nose and visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge. As you start breathing in the Mocha Kumbhaka, as you keep the Jalandhara Bandha engaged while exhaling, force the air out through the throat lock gently. This will bring about a state of swooning in the yogi. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Palyankasana. Laying on your back with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well. with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Shvatanasana. Lay on your back with the knees to your chest. With the hands on the respective shoulders, move your hips in a circular motion and visualize that you're a dog playfully laying on its back. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभो वाणीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lie supine, raise your hips and legs up as you extend your hands down on the mat below, helping you balance your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Next up is the Viparita Karani too. Now stop the movement of your legs. Keep them pointing up straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Langalasana. As you lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over the head with the toes on the floor. Stretch your hands out on the ground behind your back. Clasp your palms, rest on your neck and shoulders as you visualize yourself as a plow. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
दिवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भा पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Sajita Paschimottanasana. As you lie on your back in the same position, bring your hands to the feet. Pull your thighs to the chest and hold on to the toes as you keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Maintaining the same position, bring your hip over top of the shoulder level and open your legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground, hold onto the ankles of the feet and roll onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पाशनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back with the legs vertical, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Supta Parangushtasana. Now, hold onto the big toes and join your feet together above your body, keeping your legs straight and your arms straight as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsyasana. From Supta Parangushtasana, move your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back, holding onto the opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशैलं चरेत्.
The next asana is Parasharamasana. Laying on your back with the legs in Padmasana, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to the nose and visualize Rama in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the hips, supporting you with the elbows on the floor. As you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards your head. Extend both arms up above your head and hook the fingers forward, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Now lay on your back and interlace your fingers around the neck as you lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee pulled to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Marottanasana. Lay on your back and lift your legs one by one up, touching the knees to your ears as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the sole of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Ludhasana. Lay on your back and quickly throw your legs up above your head. Completely roll over. Repeat this again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your belly with the toes extended and the hands on the ground by your shoulders, contract your lips and make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling in Saladhasana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
युद्धशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into Tadakshvasana, the plank position, as you jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again. Visualize yourself go beyond the body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य.
The next asana is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat, walking back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाति स्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Luritika Karana. Stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards, and bend your elbows. Keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across your body and then bring them back to the center. Tilt your head back, open up your chest towards the sky, and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Saripasana. As you tie your feet with a rope, stand erect like a rod. Keep your arms at the side of your body with the hands touching your thighs. Visualize that your Kundalini, Devi, is raising and curling upwards around your body. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine, contract the perineal region. Force the Kundalini Shakti up. As you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Keep your feet on the fists as you begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel as you walk around on the mat.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Ashvasana. Maintain the same position. Walk around on the hands as you visualize yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra. Pull them down towards your calves as you open up your chest widely. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground as you slightly lower the waist and shoulder of the respective heel, bowing to both sides. As you visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. As you lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. As you bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
लुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise your arms up over your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Utshesakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of the foot towards your chest, while with the other leg, sit down and stand back up. Alternate on both sides. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arms holding the knee with a hand in a fist as you place the other hand on top of the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you stand on one leg with the opposite leg extended forward. Lower your body down to the mat and then stand back up straight.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee as you tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring the leg to the other thigh as you keep the hands hanging down by the sides towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Stand on the right leg and hold onto the big toes of the left foot as you straighten the left leg out to the side and visualize yourself as the North Pole star as you rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind your neck if you can. Then stand tall. Otherwise, you can pull the leg towards your chest. Then alternate standing and sitting. Perform the 3 steps of Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you repeat Tandavasana on the other side.
पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनम् आवक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
And repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side.
नगुर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring your foot to the opposite hip with the hands hanging down as you repeat Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Now hold on to the opposite foot, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate your body on the mat, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck if you can. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Samanaka Karana. Stand with the feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both hands to the sides of your body as you stand straight on the mat and relax. After this intense asana practice, this intense sequence, breathe deeply as we enter into the final 100 asanas of the sequence. The next asana is Gora Kajali Asana. Stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock in Padusha Mudra as you sit in a squatting posture and then let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, forcefully moving the retained prana up and down within your body and throughout your limbs, along with the mind. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम ही उभं होय बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
The next asana is Kanchidasana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap them around behind your butt, interlacing your fingers behind your back. Keep your chest upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेशय नितम्बं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairu Asana. Now bring your feet together and sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at the back. In Parusha Mudra, sit upright and gaze to your navel, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो ऊपक की थलिया की माहिली को और मिलाई.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and join your palms behind your back with fingers pointing down. Gaze to the nose and visualize a boar, which is one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागदली की माहिली को और मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ बई से.
The next asana is Tripitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वयं मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat, fingers wide, and place your knees onto the back of your arms with the eyes forward. Lean forward and down, lifting your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्याम्.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now kneel down, head on the ground with the palms spread for support. Raise your body on your head and place your legs into Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana. Lower your body down onto the mat and sit in a kneeling position. Keep your toes touching behind and sit in between the heels. As you place your hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
ध्यानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. This is another inverted posture. So if you have any blood pressure related issues, please take precautions. If you need aid in support performing this asana, if you have a partner available, they can aid you. Otherwise, you can use a wall for support. You can walk the wall up and down. This is a progression where you can increase your arm strength and finally be able to perform this asana yourself. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lift your body up straight into a handstand. Visualize you're a tree with deep roots into the ground as you breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाद्य वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. Move your hands closer together and again enter the handstand posture. Visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye. As you gaze up to your third eye, the Tejas energy will rejuvenate your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now visualize yourself as a fish as you enter a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you engage the Mula Bandha.
निब्जं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Next up is Sarpasana too. Lie prone on your belly with the hands on the hips and lift your chest to the left and right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Nidalambanasana. Lay prone on your belly with the hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, holding onto the chin. Keep the toes pointing backwards, feet together, as you feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
The next asana is Chaturasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back and lift your head and chest up, visualizing yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनव स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees With the tops of the feet flat on the mat, bring your butt onto the heels. Stretch your arms out in front and place the palms facing down as you bring your forehead to the mat. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next asana is Meshasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your hips up high into Gajasana. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, lift your legs up into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. As you sit on your heels with the legs together, interlace your fingers around the toes, pull the feet towards your perineum, and then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो भणा शरामोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Interlace your fingers in front of your body and then behind you, stretching your arms forward to the sides and backwards as you give massage to various different joints and muscles within your body. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुले बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वम् अङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana as you turn your feet out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुनाम्.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, the toes pointing backwards, the knees wide, with the hands below the ankles. Keep the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with the knees wide, the feet overlapping on top of your ankles. Keep your hands underneath the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat with the heels up and together, place your perineum on top of the heels. Keep your palms on the ground with the fingers spread wide apart, thumbs touching the base of the hand, touching the toes. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vishrakasana. Sit on the toes and place your perineum on the heels as you separate your knees and place them on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishraka Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you might have.
The
next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles together, the top of the feet on the ground. As you sit on the heels, bend your elbows, bring your fingers to the armpits, and imitate as if you were a monkey stretching itself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels, keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम बना पानी होई बैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी बैसे.
The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on the heels. Place your palms on the mat to the sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
कुञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana, the turtle posture. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Keep your knees wide and on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
The next asana is Yogasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees. Cross your ankles behind with the feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभय होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands and keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्या संविपातयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With the heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring the elbows down to the mat, followed by the back of your head. Gaze to the nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारित हृदरे.
Next up is Viratasana. Sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground. Then rise back up. Do this again and again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of the heels. As you bring your head in between the feet, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove and perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्या संविपातयिषु पुमान्.
The next asana is Vadasana. Now stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze to the nose. This is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vadahasana 2. Keep your knees together, toes tucked behind. Lean forward as you bring the elbows to the mat. With your hands holding the head, rest your buttocks on the heels and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar incarnation of Mahavishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. This is another inverted posture. Use a wall for support if needed. Now kneel down, place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head onto the mat, supporting it with both hands. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with the shoulders and then raise your legs straight up. Be stable. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next asana is Andhasana. In a kneeling position, place your head in between the knees and the elbows outside of the knees. Hold your head with both hands, gaze the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe through your mouth and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम पगदली समठहरावे कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. As you lie on your belly with the arms extended straight out, lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust and perform the Mula Bandha.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Lie on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead on the ground and keep your chest on the mat as you lift your legs up together. Visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands by the sides and lift your legs up over your head. As you slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head, keep the palms flat on the mat behind, visualizing yourself as a free and open dove. As you breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
The next asana is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, bring the chest down so the navel touches the knees and keep your hands and elbows flat on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पुरपरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is a Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down, keep your hands and elbows on the mat as you raise your legs, bend your back to touch the feet onto your head. Lift your chin and hold as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now place the perineum down on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside of the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Now visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in the Antaranga Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while and then exhaling slowly.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Lulasana. From the kneeling position, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes over the left. The left toes over the right as you balance above the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
तोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now directly place your perineum down on the other heel as you repeat Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised against the chest. Keep your palms on the respective knees as you maintain an upright position. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Squat with the feet flat on the mat. As you bring your elbows under the thighs, wrap your hands around the shins, and hold onto your ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये हस्तगुर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can use weights to intensify this asana. As you squat on your toes with the heels up, the knees off the mat, place your perineum onto the heels and your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and perform the Mula Bandha.
Vijaspijosriyat urvajanu yatrasane padataladvayopari.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2. Now sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels, the soles of the feet together. Keep the knees wide and off the ground as you hold the opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze forward as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Prathama pani hoye jaise do edikudani vaise.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip-width apart, with the hands under the soles of the feet from the inside, palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are able to consume and live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing towards your body. Step the feet on top of the hands with your hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe. Start walking around on your mat as you visualize you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा.
Next up is Kukkuttanasana. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air, and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand. As you move around on two hands dancing, feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with the arm straight. Bring the opposite arm towards your head. Be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next asana is Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat and the heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles with your hands as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhavana Muktasana. Now sit with the heels at the perineum, hold the knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Visualize any excess water being released or balanced within your system as you perform the Mula Bandha.
स्तुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakodasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind your head as you place both hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight as you lift your entire body up off the ground. Keep your chin up, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana 2. As you sit on the ground, hold the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you keep one leg straight and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across. Hook it over the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the side. Lift up your head and chest, find balance and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground as you have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Press the right knee down with the right hand as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshva Now keep one leg bent on the ground with a foot at the opposite hip and bring the other leg over top as you twist your body around the raised knee and interlace your hands below the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage and yogi Nithyananda, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Now sit and lift the other leg behind your neck, keeping your hands at the side and raising your whole body up with the other leg extended, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side, holding the big toes of both feet in Prana Mudra as you pull the opposite foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Now lift the right leg over top of the right shoulder, cross the left foot over the right, and extend the legs out to the side, balancing as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top, shoulder underneath, push the knee down and place the other one on the ground as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshva on the other side, bringing one heel to the opposite hip, the other leg over top of the knee as you twist your body around and bring your hands underneath and interlace the fingers behind your back, twisting your body even further, gazing up to your third eye and visualizing Matsyendranath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you keep one leg straight and press the perineum with one heel, lean your chest forward and down, hold onto the front foot and bring your head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kranchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip, hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards your forehead. Keep the knees straight. Visualize yourself as a crane as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side, keeping the opposite heel against the perineum, leaning forward and down. Perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, moving the prana up and down within your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kranchasana on the other side. As you bring the other heel outside of the hip, extend the opposite leg up, holding the foot with the knee straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next asana is swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, the palms resting on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. As you keep your feet in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing the great sage Goraknath as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Prakasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One. As you gaze to your third eye, perform the Mula Bandha and re-enter the Shanmukhi Mudra once more. As you exhale, close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with ring and little fingers, the ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you keep your feet on top of the opposite knees, place your hands on the ground beside your body, with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, rolling up the tongue and keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. As you inhale through the rolled up tongue, cooling down your body.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands next to your body and push your body off the mat, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated in this position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो गोकोडासन दितरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves. Lean forward and while sitting, reach your hands behind your body in Parasha Mudra. As you bring your forehead to the floor, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bowl.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही करिधरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, lift your knees and insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows and hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands, visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाईजंग पर दक्षिण बावा दाईजंग पर बाईं ल्यावा.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows, hold the respective shoulders, tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze at the nose and rejoice, knowing you're in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठाकृतिभेदासनं शुभम्.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you roll onto your back, Hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands and gaze to the nose, embodying a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Next up is Pangukukutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up off the mat, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster and perform the Mula Bandha.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Lift your body up onto the other hand as you repeat Pangukukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlace your fingers, and rest your chin on the knuckles. Keep your thumbs pressed to the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. All three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of the knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. From Padmasana, keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the right hand around the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, moving the big toe in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you repeat the movement on the other side as well.
वक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
आसनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmakasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagadasana. From Karmakasana 3, with your arms behind your back, roll onto your back. Hold on to the big toes if you can. Otherwise, lay on your arms in Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोटाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. As you lie on your back, bend your knees with the feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest with the head touching the knees. Roll your body up into a ball as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on your back with the knees raised together, feet flat on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनग्राभे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Lie on your back and bend your knees as you keep your feet flat on the mat and place the upturned palms underneath your heels. Lift your hips up as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shikipitakasana. Lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands, placed at the waist, as your elbows bear the weight of your body. Press your chin to through the throat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशीपीठकम्.
Next up is Nadakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support if needed, but then place your elbows and hands flat on the mat below. Balance as you visualize traversing Naraka, hell unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. From Nadakasana, bring your hands to the lower back and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically and slowly lower and angle them down, keeping your core engaged. Visualize your abode crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now bring your arms back flat on the mat. Keep your legs straight as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations.
तियन् नौकावते ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now gently lower your body down to the mat as you lie supine. Contract the perineal region and pull the Kundalini Shakti up your spine, performing the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Bring it up to the Brahmarandha. As you completely relax, unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind. Visualize your body as dead, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start wiggling your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Raise your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands, rocking your body from side to side. As you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, let us conclude the Nithyananda Yoga session. As you sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, place your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji, and chant the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
Nithyananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda. Welcome everyone. Sorry for the delay. We'll first, after the yoga session, let us get into the power manifestation session. After receiving the blessings of Paramashivoham, literally being soaked in oneness with him through the Nithyananda yoga, it is now the best time to manifest his very Shaktis, the powers. So we will get today into the third eye reading. The verse goes as such. Kapalantarmano yasya तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसोधाध्यात् लक्ष्यचेत् लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining to the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Remembering the Shastra Pramana, the beautiful verse where in Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, in a very beautiful, intimate way, the first ever Guru disciple, Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, are in a deep conversation about the truths of power manifestation, Shakti Pada, and enlightenment. Today, Paramashiva revealed in this verse the way that one can manifest being able to see with the inner eye, with the third eye. Paramashiva within us resides in the third eye. Now, let us get ready to do the power manifestation. First, today we will be looking at a few images through the third eye. We will be projecting them for you. Then you can close your eyes right now and get ready. We will let you know when they are projected so that you can be ready to request Paramashiva to show you through your third eye what it is that we are projecting. So the first is the meditation. Please close your eyes. It is important to wear the blindfold when you do power manifestation so that no external light can hit or touch or affect your eyes. Please close your eyes, put the blindfold on, and internally chant Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We're now going to be projecting the first image. Request Paramashiva to reveal to you whatever is being projected.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please open your eyes, remove your eye band. First, give your gratitude to Paramashiva for revealing whatever it is that you saw. Now, go ahead and write whatever Paramashiva revealed to you. Yes, now we'll be projecting. Yes, if in the revelation from Paramashiva, whatever be the colors or whatever be the shapes that you have seen, you can have the reverence for being revealed, whatever it is that was given to you. Even the text was shown as a guitar, the musical instrument. The deep gratitude and reverence to Paramashiva for revealing to us through the third eye. Let us now begin the second round. Please go ahead and put your blindfold on, close your eyes, and connect with yourself as Paramashiva. Visualize Paramashiva in your third eye.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now request Paramashiva to reveal to you what it is that we're projecting on your screen. With deep gratitude and reverence, request him to reveal.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, first give your gratitude to Paramashiva for showing you whatever it is that you have been shown through the third eye. Now, slowly open your eyes, remove the blindfold, write down whatever it is that you saw. Yes. So Vishwanathan T is sharing, he has seen a car, a house, and a few colors. The correct color you have been shown is the color orange. That is right. And the revelation from Paramashiva today is, if he has revealed to you, the tiger, then the tiger is the correct revelation. Offer your gratitude now, Paramashiva, for revealing whatever it is that you saw. Here's the image again. Yes. With this, we refresh ourselves with the Paramashivoham power manifestation session. Very beautiful. We're going to be getting into the various sessions today. Today, we're going to be learning a little bit about the science of descent, the science of avatarana, what it is that is unique about the incarnations and how they manifest, for what they manifest, and why it is important to hold on to them when they manifest in our lives. So let's take a few minutes break to refresh ourselves. We'll be right back in a few moments and we'll begin the Paramashivoham session.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam and welcome. I welcome all the Paramashivoham participants. And first of all, we want to complete for the technical glitch and for the delay in the session. With that, let us now enter today's sessions and begin with the first session of learning about karma. Today, we are going to be focusing our focus mainly on learning about karma. What are the types of karma? How do we accumulate karma? And how to get liberated from karma? So the supreme point of Hinduism has graced all of us with a beautiful opportunity today to learn the science of karma and get liberated. So I request all the participants to be in the space of listening and write down all of your powerful cognitions, understandings, and any questions you have, please feel free to ask it in the Zoom chat and we'll be happy to answer. So with that, let us start understanding about what is karma.
So the attitude, the bhava, which forms the basis for the way you connect with life and with the world, is the same attitude which forms the basis for the way you connect with yourself. This is what is karma in the Vedic tradition. Just spend a few minutes here, cognize and contemplate very deeply this one statement, that the way you cognize the world around you, connect with the world around you, is the same attitude which forms the basis for the way you connect with yourself.
So, karma is a collection of unfulfilled experiences. Karma is any action which has not reached its perfection, whether eating an ice cream, that beautiful taste of the ice cream, allowing that to enjoy and melt in your mouth, without letting that happen, just gulping it down, is what creates the karma and the desire to eat another ice cream and another one. And that is the vicious cycle which is called karma.
When action reaches perfection, it liberates you and disappears. That is the purpose of any action or anything that you do, anything that you even desire. And it disperses into the cosmic ocean. Action is like a ripple effect. When it reaches the boundary, it disappears. As you throw a stone in the lake, ripples are made, but then they settle and form back into the lake. So any ripple effect which reaches the boundary disappears. This is the natural progression of action, karma.
Karma is action which has not reached its extreme, which has not seen the end, which has not seen perfection. The moment karma sees perfection or action reaches its perfection, sees the end or experiences the extreme, it suddenly disappears like the ripple.
So yes, the example is that you throw a stone in the pond, it ripples. Now the pond swallows the stone, yes, and the ripple effect as well. In the same way, when an engram is thrown on you, when a desire happens in you, what is created is karma. When that reaches its perfection and its extreme end, karma is liberated from you and you are liberated from karma.
Karma is as we've seen, karma is the unfulfilled action or the unfulfilled engram. For example, if you're hiding a strong anger about your parents, your sister, or your family member, that is karma.
Yes. There is a very beautiful verse in the Ishavasya Upanishad. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. From the whole came the whole. If you remove the whole from the whole, only the whole remains. By very nature, we seek the wholeness. By very nature, we seek fulfillment in anything we do.
Whether it's eating, drinking, jumping, reading, talking, or sleeping, or even meditating, in any action that you perform, we engage our being. The yearning completely experience, the activity to be fully involved in it is what completely removes the karma.
Yes, there is a small story. A man was traveling by the cab to the airport. The cab driver was driving very fast. Even around the corners and sharp turns, he was very rash. The passenger was getting terrified by his driving. Finally, the cab driver, seeing the terrified passenger, said, "Why don't you do what I do when I take turns?" And what does he asks? The passenger asks the cab driver, "What is it that you do when you go around the sharp turns?" He says, the driver says, "I just shut my eyes." And this is an example of what is karma.
When you are not completely aware and involved in the action you are engaged in, your being remains unfulfilled in that experience.
And it also, as you can see in the story, which is saying it may even affect others. Your unfulfillment can ripple into those who are your passengers in your car. So just like how the driver was afraid in the story, and causing a lot of fear, even more exponentially to those who are passengers. In the same way, karma does for you. When you have the unfulfillment experience, you actually carry that unfulfillment to the others around you. And this is the effect of karma.
Karma is the collection of unfulfilled experiences that stay in us and constantly pulls us to fulfill them.
Anything that we do and experience intensely and deeply will always leave our system. If we have experienced it fully and thoroughly, it will leave our system. It will liberate us. Any experience that we do not go through completely, through which we did not have completion or fulfillment, that we did not get the full energy from, attention and awareness, that remains inside of us, that action, and that is karma.
Even though one carries some karma, basically that individual is completely fulfilled. Wholeness, so any karma that has not been fulfilled cannot take rest inside for too long. It will try its best to fulfill itself. It will strive again and again to go through the same activity so that it can be fulfilled. It's like a being who, like a baby that needs its mother. It will constantly drive us to complete that action. So whenever we do any action, we have to try to put our full being into that action itself.
Any desire, any experience which has not become complete in any individual system will remain as karma and push again and again to make one go through the same experience until it is fulfilled.
So let us also understand when does karma actually accumulate also. In one's life, one constantly takes decisions. These decisions are not only for the major events in an individual's life, but even the words that one talks continuously. The thoughts that one harbors continuously is the individual's own decision.
An individual's thoughts, words, and actions collectively contribute towards the individual's karmic baggage because none of them give rise to fulfillment.
One's own thoughts, words, and deeds become our karma and drive us to reach the fulfillment in some way.
The totality of all past decisions is your present moment. Now, applying the same logic, the totality of your present decisions will be your future. This is the essence of the karma theory. The totality of all your past is the present, and the totality of all your present is your future.
The totality of all the past is present, and the totality of all the present will be your future. The problem that we make, most of our decisions are unconscious. We just take random decisions unconsciously, not thinking. We think that, oh, I can handle anything that happens if I do this. But then we don't see when the consequence comes, that time we get hit in the back. And we don't know how to take care of ourselves. We are struggling. So that is what causes the karma. Our unconscious decisions that we take now that affect us.
What to do? How can we exhaust our karma? Flood it with awareness, more intelligence, more awareness into your thinking. Flood more awareness, more consciousness into your decision-making system. This is how you uproot all of the unconscious thinking.
So if we are cleansed of all our karma, does this mean that when we do something that causes karma, do the consequences come much sooner, if not instantly? That is not the way karma works. In any given moment, the future is present but conditional. It will only be a certain future according to the totality of events till that time. This is the present future. But it is conditional. There is an important factor that can and will change. It will be your consciousness and your will. When you decide to raise your consciousness and go to the higher states of consciousness, the lower level karmas will not touch you.
How do you retain good karma? Understand, destiny is not something written in stone. It is very much dependent on how you choose to respond to every situation in your life and how you choose to respond to every situation as it presents itself to you. Your awareness will give you the intelligence. Your focus, your decision to handle the situation with healing, with more attention, just like how a baby needs to be taken care of, or just like how a doctor would take care of a patient. In that way, making sure that the current situation is not polluted by any engram or any samskara or any of the previous thought currents that you want to unsubscribe to. And the courage to change the flow of events will happen in your life as soon as you see. It's like when you walk on the road, right? After the rainstorm, when you walk on the road and you suddenly see a puddle in front of you, the natural tendency would be to go around it. But to know and not walk into the puddle, you need to see it. And just the act of seeing it is going to give you enough intelligence to know you need to walk around it. So, in the same way, when you see that there is something that is a puddle in your life, there is a certain pattern. When you just see it, the intelligence will flow and you will walk around it. You will naturally come away and pick up the good karma.
So now let us watch a beautiful clip where Swamiji shows us the technique to break free from all the low level karma and to manifest the space of karma free, to be karma free. Let us all be in space of listening. Write down these beautiful, powerful cognitions, and at the end of the question, you can all ask your questions and we'll be happy to answer them. Let's first listen to Swamiji's satsang and then move to the questions.
Tired, bored, and having today morning, when you wake up, if you are feeling tired, bored, and having slight stomach pain, not only question your ideas about health, question the very idea about the world, life, God. If you have a tooth pain and you want to get rid of it, you are not able to, question the very idea of God, very idea of world, very idea of you have. Don't just question the toothpaste you are using. Don't just question the brand of the medicine you are applying on your teeth. Understand? A thought current which can solve your problems partly, thought current which can cause your reality partly is also karma, good karma. That's all, but karma. The thought pattern which does not cause any of your reality is karma. The thought pattern which makes you more and more suffocating day by day is bad karma. The thought pattern which causes some part of your reality is good karma. The thought pattern, thought trend which causes all the things you want as reality is completion. Karma is the thought current in which you are stuck. Sometimes I see why there is so much of ferociousness inside me. Actually, I am never angry. Anger has disappeared from inside me 4 janmas before. For last 4 janmas, I have never been angry. I don't know what is anger, but there is intense ferociousness. I used to wonder why. It is just because people are trying to cut the small parts of the net which is tied around them and try to have liberation. It is like a net is tightly tied around you, multiple layers. You want to scratch your nose. You just only cut the area where your hand is and put your hand out and try to scratch your nose. You want to scratch your back, you just cut the net only where it is. You need to scratch the back. Only when I see the small patches of freedom, you call it as freedom, and when you are stuck with it, especially when you are satisfied with it, that's the time I see the intense ferociousness inside me. Kala Bhairava can never be satisfied with part-time freedom, part-time reality. Listen. If you are not able to cause even one reality you want, question the whole thought current you have. Question the whole series of thought current you have. Not one or two. Even if one thought current is discarded completely, you master the method of discarding thought currents. Discarding thought currents is completion. Not just discarding one thought or one thought pattern, discarding thought currents is completion.
Yes, so that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji has shared with us the powerful cognitions. So let us now take a few minutes to internalize these powerful cognitions, to sit and meditate on these powerful cognitions. So we learned that the essence of these sessions is to flood ourselves with more and more intelligence, more and more awareness into our thinking system, into our consciousness, into our decision-making system. So now let us spend a few minutes and write down some powerful cognitions. Write down at least 5 powerful cognitions that you received in this session and share it in the Zoom chat. What were your 5 takeaways from this session? And after that, write down from morning till now, what are the actions that you did without awareness? What are the actions that you remember that you did not do with awareness? And start writing how you're going to implement this science of being aware every moment into your lives. Let us do this process now for a few minutes. Please start writing these two things. First, the 5 powerful takeaways, 5 powerful cognitions you had from this session, and then a few actions that you remember that you did from morning. For example, waking up. That is one of the most important times where we miss being aware. But that is the space where we are completely thoughtless, actually. If you see in the morning, when you just wake up after a good night's sleep, you will see that your brain is completely empty. You're just peaceful. So just take that moment and enjoy that space of thoughtlessness. Next, any other moment in your day, example when you're cooking or when you were doing something else, write down, were you aware when you were doing those particular actions? So let us start writing this down now. Please begin. So with this, we can relax. And now, any powerful cognitions you want to share in the Zoom chat, you can do so. That's actually a question. Vishwanathan is asking if he wanted the Zoom link. For all the participants, if you want the Zoom link, it is very simple. The thing is, every day, all of these Paramashivoham sessions are stored in the Nithyananda YouTube channel. So day wise, the videos are already there in the live stream. If you go to the YouTube homepage of the SPS channel, you will see that first when you enter, today's live stream itself is going live. Apart from that, the recorded of yesterday's and day before sessions are there in a tab called live stream. So if you go and see in the SPS channel, there'll be a tab called live. If you click that live, then you will see all of the live streams that have happened, including the darshans, the various other Paramashivoham level 1, 2, and 3 sessions, and also other live streams. So you can take, and it's all named, so you can see and take the live stream from that. It will be much easier for you. So with this, let us now move to the next session where we are going to be manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So I request all the participants to be in the space of listening now as we enter today's power manifestation. Yes, if you want the today's live link, then if you just go to the SPH page, SPH YouTube channel, all the 3 live streams will be shown as the first thing in the page itself. So you can take the link from that. I can also share the link in a few minutes. Once the power manifestation starts, before the next session begins, I will share the link. Yes. Yes, so today, once again, we are going to be manifesting the power of Ashtamaha Shaktis. Today, we are going to first listen to the Shastra Pramana, and then we'll be moving into the session, the power manifestation itself. Let me now chant the Shastra Pramana for all of you, and then we'll hear the translation. Maranam khadyate tena sakenapi na khadyate tasyasya parama siddhir animadi guna prada vayus sanyacharate dehe rasavriddhir bhave dhruvam akasha pankajagala piyu samapi vardate. So as we have seen in previous days, the meaning of this Shastra Pramana and the technique that Paramashiva gives in this Shastra Pramana is a very beautiful one. Paramashiva says that he eats death and none eats him, meaning that he is beyond death and he manifests the powers of Anima, Lahima, and the other Ashtamaha Shaktis from this space of Paramashivatva. Inside him, the wind energy is stabilized, and from his crown center, the nectar of immortality, the nectar of bliss, is overflowing all over his body. So, as we have seen, this beautiful Shastra Pramana gives us also the technique to manifest the power. As Paramashiva says, first we have to go beyond the space of the physical body, which is experiencing ourselves as Paramashiva, visualizing Swamiji and chanting the Mahavakya. By doing these two, the air inside us, meaning our breathing process, becomes stabilized, because when the thoughts reduce, the disturbance of the breath also reduce. We'll be seeing this concept in detail also in the next session. And then Paramashiva says that the bliss nectar overflows from his crown center, and as we have seen, that is the side effect of the power manifestation, as even science has seen when they did this research on Swamiji's body. I saw that was excluding from his brain, means they were seeing high levels of dopamine in his blood when he was in the space of samadhi. And then finally Paramashiva says that we manifest the powers of Anima and the other Ashtama Shaktis. So today we are going to be working with weight. So first, let us all bring a particular object that we want to change. So we can even use, for example, a ring or those kind of objects. And if you don't have a weighing scale, what you can actually do is there is also an app for your phone that you can download from the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. By downloading this weight app, what you can do is you can place the object on the app, and then on the phone, placing the object, like a small object only, you can place on the phone, and the phone will measure the weight based on different sensors. But the thing is, it is not very accurate because the phone is not a very accurate weighing scale. It can give you an approximate. So make sure you weigh the object 2 or 3 times to get an average weight. Once you do that, then we'll all be connecting with Paramashiva and experiencing the space of going beyond the physical body and experiencing the space of oneness with Paramashiva. From that space, we will be manifesting the powers of increasing or decreasing the weight. So now let us take a minute now to first measure the weight. If we have a weighing scale, you can weigh yourself also, or weigh a particular object, or even on the phone. Let us take a few minutes to first weigh the object. Please begin now.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let's all enter the manifestation. Please close your eyes. You don't need to blindfold your eyes, you can just close them. Closing your eyes, start visualizing the beautiful form of Swamiji. Take a minute, take a moment now to visualize the beautiful form of Swamiji. Inhale deeply and slowly. Now, let's all start chanting the Mahavakya to connect with Swamiji and establish that beautiful space and request Swamiji to increase or decrease the weight of the object. Let's begin. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om
Yes, relax now.
Nithyananda. Paramashivoham.
Please remeasure the weight of the object now. See if there's any change in the weight of the object. Let's take a moment now to quickly measure.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Beautiful. So Vishwanathan says that, Satya Srinivas says that they have changed the size, the weight of the object as a small change. Beautiful. Let us take also this moment to share with offer our gratitude with Swamiji and thank him for manifesting through us today. And yes, with this, let us now move to the next session. In the next session, we are going to be learning about the science of karma and TPS. So TPS is basically thoughts per second. So how are these two related, and how does the thoughts per second, how does that affect us in our life? Let us now learn this powerful cognition of how to stay beyond the thoughts and make sure that these thoughts don't affect us in our life. So let us now understand and write down all of the powerful cognitions that we received during this session. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Yes.
If you don't know your past completely, you can repeat the same things in your future.
If your thoughts per second, TPS, can come down, and if you know your past as it happened, you won't repeat the same past in the future.
You will then become a karma mukta, liberated from karma. As of now, you are a karma bandha, bonded to karma, because you have not lived your past completely.
Anything you do completely, it drops you. As we saw in the last session, for example, in your childhood always seems to be golden. It is the golden past. You may feel your life in college was great, but when you were actually in college, did you really feel that way? Why? Because of your suffering has become much more now in the comparison between your past and now. So that's why it seems that your college days were great. But in fact, if you see, there was so much of peer pressure, bullying, and so many other things would have happened. But because of the comparison, we feel that it is less.
Now, you attribute joy to your past, and if given a chance, you want to repeat it. When you lived through it, you did actually experience it. When you lived through it, did you actually experience it? No.
If you can relax in the present moment at 0 thoughts per second, at least for 11 seconds, you will penetrate the time shaft, meaning that even for 11 seconds, if you are able to unclutch completely from all the thoughts and just be an observer, you will experience the ultimate state of oneness with Paramashiva.
All meditation techniques are ways to bring down your TPS, your thoughts per second, so that you can penetrate the time shaft.
So let us understand what is Kshana. It is a Hindu time measurement, and it is not a second or a minute. Kshana is actually the gap between two thoughts. Kshana is the gap between two thoughts. We are used to think of time in absolute sense, but Kshana is absolute relative. The thought is vary in every person, and rate at which they come in a person are dependent on that person. Kshana varies from person to person.
If a person is restless and gets too many thoughts in a span of 1 second, his kshana is shorter. because the gap between his thoughts, especially when he's restless, is very less.
So now how do we get this kshana? How do we drop the TPS? If a person is calm and collected like a meditator, he gets fewer thoughts in a given span of time. His kshana is longer because the gap between two thoughts is more.
Karma is the totality of your conscious choices, as we learned. If your life is nothing but the totality of the conscious choices you make, you need to understand that this is what is karma. Whether you want to or not, directly or indirectly, you are choosing everything.
So there's a small story. Once an employee approaches his boss and says, "Sir, my wife said that I should ask you for a raise." The boss replied, "Oh, I will ask my wife tonight whether or not I should give you a raise." You may think that somebody else decides, but it is only you who decide. It's the man who decided to ask the boss, even though his wife asked him to ask his boss. He took the decision to go forth and do it. So that is the thing that happens in all of our life. All of us are the people who make the decisions of our life, even though you think that you had no other option.
A small example can make you understand the basic truth. If someone criticizes you, you choose to get offended. You are choosing to get offended. If somebody praises you, you choose to be flattered. Again, this is your choice you're making.
Because of your habit, you may choose something unconsciously. It is not someone else who chooses, it is you who choose. Because because it's become a habit for you to think that someone else is influencing your decisions, you have forgotten that you are choosing.
Every time someone criticizes you, you choose to get upset. Every time someone praises you, you choose to get flattered. And it is you who's making these choices.
It's nobody else's choices but your own. You can decide either way. When someone criticizes you, you can choose not to get offended and remain calm and relaxed. It is just a choice not to get offended.
All your continuous choices, every minute put together, decide your life. If you don't decide, and if you allow incidences to decide your life, you will go into a mode of paralysis.
Our lives as of now are nothing but paralysis. It is only when you decide to live your life without outside events, situations, or decisions being forced on you, you actually decide to live. As long as you don't understand that life is yours and it is your choice, you are just living like a paralyzed person.
A paralyzed person cannot think, cannot move their body, in fact, are absolutely stuck in their moment in time. In that same way, we are also feeling, if we feel we are stuck, it is because we are choosing it. We make thousands of decisions in a day, whether it is thinking or talking or cooking. We do for the sake of doing.
When you eat, you are completely involved in eating. While eating, you plan for the next vacation or you think about how to get a raise at work. The food going inside the body, but you are not tasting it, you're not enjoying it, you're not um, being in awareness with the food you eat. Automatically, you will know the right type of amount and type and amount of food you have to consume when you are in awareness. If you are in awareness with your body, you will enjoy every single rice, every single grain of rice that you eat, or every single morsel of food that you have. You will know how exactly how much of that to have, and you will be in awareness and connection with your body.
Whether you believe it or not, directly or indirectly, you are choosing everything in your life right now.
No one else chooses for you in your life. It is you who makes the choice continuously. It is only your choice, your decision. You may think that someone else has decided your life, but that's not true. It is only you who's deciding the course of your life.
Because of your, it is you who choose how to respond, what your decisions are going to be. But you try to fool yourself and others into believing it is someone else who is responsible, who is making you do all the things in their way.
Understand, you can decide to respond differently. For example, when someone criticizes you, you can choose not to get offended. You can choose to remain calm, relaxed, collected. It is your choice to feel offended.
We are blissfully unaware that we are the ones who have caused the effects. We made it happen by way of unconscious living and ended up collecting more karma.
So now let us all listen to a beautiful video of Swamiji where he talks about the thoughts per second and how to reduce the thoughts per second and enter the zero TPS space to manifest the ultimate space of completion and blissfulness. So I request all the participants to write down these powerful cognitions which you receive, and any questions you have, you can share it at the end of this session. Let's all now listen to Swamiji first.
Looking at the problem from the right context. Looking at the problem from the right context gives you the possibility for solution. It is like a whirlpool, caught in a whirlpool. Again and again and again, you find the solution. In a week, you fall into the same incompletion. In a week, again you find the solution. In a week, again you fall into the same incompletion. It's almost like a moon becoming new moon and full moon. Amavasya and Purnima. Karma means believing life is impossible. Whatever you believe as impossible, you have karma in that space. If you think health is impossible, if you believe strongly health is impossible, your karma is on the health. You have a Rahu on your health. Rahu is impossibility. The blind impossibility is Rahu and the blind possibility is Ketu in Indian astrology. Both have no logic, no rational substantiation. That is why both of them are described as shadow, not as reality. Believing strongly impossible without logical reason is Rahu. Believing strongly possible without logical substantiation, logically substantiating it, is Ketu. Seeing the reality as it is Guru. Please understand, I am neither going to teach you illogical impossibility or irrational possibility. Irrational possibility is not the solution for illogical impossibility. Sometimes we start thinking irrational possibility is the solution for illogical impossibility. Means positive thinking is the solution for negative thinking. Please understand, I am sharing the simple truth straight away. Irrational positivity is not antidote for illogical impossibility. There is no positive thinking. Positive thinking is not solution for negative thinking, Listen. The solution is first finding out how did you develop this negative thinking? How did this pattern happen in you? How did this settle down in your system as your basic cognition? How the karma is built in you. Again, I wanted to remind you, hundreds and thousands of definitions for karma is given. I am defining it in the most user-friendly way. In any field you believe impossibility, that is karma. If you believe you can never have completion with your spouse, you have karma in that space. If you believe you can never achieve the wealth you wanted, you have karma in that space. Karma is a strong negative belief about your existence and life. One good news is you can change the karma, and the best news is you can do it now. Please understand. One good news is you can change the karma. The best news is you can do it now. You may ask, how can I change? Because anything you created, you have the power to change. Impossibility is created by you. So, it can be changed by you. Maybe because you tried with the wrong methods, wrong techniques, wrong ideas and failed, that does not mean it is impossible. As I said, biggest obstacle in life is the delusion of you tried, you thinking, you coming to the conclusion that you tried all these new ideas, new possible thought trend, new technology, and it does not work for you, you coming to this conclusion without really sincerely trying it. I can give you hundreds of examples. Hundreds of examples. You try half-heartedly some new method in a challenging way. Please understand, that is the most funny thing. You try in a very challenging way just to disprove the methodology is not going to work for me. That is the most funny thing. I have seen when people try to put their questions. See, whenever people put their questions out of seeking, I am always available to answer. I am always available to share. But sometimes people try to challenge to establish their supremacy over what I am teaching or what I am sharing. Even in the Kalpatar Darshans, many times I have seen people come and ask me, you teach whatever space we create will become reality. Now I am creating a space. I want $100 million every month. Will it become reality or what? Means you are already so sure it will not become reality, and you are trying to establish the supremacy of you by challenging what I am sharing. So naturally, when you have decided it is not going to become reality, I say tathastu and it will not become reality, that's all. Understand? Just to challenge the science and establish your supremacy of impossibility. When you throw a question or when you try to establish an irrational debate People who don't even know they are irrational, but living in irrationality, thinking that is rationality, are only called atheists. Please understand, I am defining atheists. Making irrationality as the rationality of their existence is atheism. Understanding how you wrote your past and why you wrote the way you wrote. If your past is filled with so many impossibilities, why you wrote your past with so many impossibilities? Please understand. Don't ever think your past was dumped on you. No. Don't ever think your present is dumped on you. No. Don't ever think you have no power over your future. Your future will be dumped on you. No. Your past was conscious choice. Maybe you have forgotten why you chose the way you chose. Why you wrote the way you wrote. Understand? I am not at all insensitive to your suffering. Please don't feel I am insensitive to your suffering. No. I am neither oversympathetic nor insensitive. I am looking at your suffering as reality. Neither insensitive nor oversympathetic. I am looking at your suffering as reality. I just want you to know what you wrote as your past is your decision. Maybe you forgot why you chose that. Or you chose that without understanding the side effects and after effects of it. You chose your past without completely taking the responsibility for it. Let's look in why we wrote what we wrote. Why we create certain patterns in our life the way we create. Sometimes people come and tell me, Swamiji, every time I am successful in a business, the moment profit starts coming, I just leave the business and move to something else. And struggle. Build. The profit is about to come. Again I leave that business and move to next. Why? People come and ask me. Please understand, maybe you started enjoying the struggle more than the life of smooth flow or success. Please understand, sometime you will be surprised to know your taste. You will be surprised if you look in and try to identify the wild, irrational taste you carry about life. It is so chaotic, confused. Superficially you go on making others believe that you want peaceful life with restful awareness. But deep down you go on functioning, working for chaos. Deep down you go on choosing, deciding, acting for chaos. Superficially, not only you make others believe, even you start convincing you want a life with restful awareness. You want a life with joy. You want a life with peace. But all your actions, you enjoy the chaos. Please understand, many times in chaos you feel you are needed in the life. With chaos you feel you have a job. If everything is going smooth, you feel you are not needed. or life is not exciting and you just disturb your relationship. If that is settled, you disturb your daily routine and your health. If that slowly settles down, you disturb your mental peace and create a chaos. If that settles down, you are ready to create chaos in some other dimension of your life. So you need to spend little time with you.
Yes, so that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji shared about how we can blissfully go beyond our basic patterns and manifest the ultimate space. Let us now enter a internalization exercise to actually manifest and implement these powerful cognitions that we just learned from Swamiji in our life. So, karma is a collection of unfulfilled experience that stay in us and constantly put us to fulfill them. Now, note down such unfulfilled experiences that you had in your life from your young age. For example, that when you were 7 years old, you went to a fair and you were having your first ever cotton candy, but then you just had one and you wanted one more, but your dad did not get it for you. So that is an unfulfilled experience. So like this, write down now. Let's take a few minutes now to write down all of the experiences that we have had like this. Let's all please start writing down now. And before that, there's a few questions and powerful comments, powerful cognitions. So Satya Srinivas is saying that if I know that my TPS is bad and in abuse and sadness, how to remove it from the line of incident, connecting the incidents. As I remember some moments joyous and some with hatred. Also, they're saying that what if it is connected to a person and how can I control that? So, can I choose to stop being affected by that person? So the understanding we need to see here for this question, what I would give a solution for this answer is, if you feel that some incident is hurting you, first of all, why are we even remembering that incident? And what can we do to bring completion? What can we do to make sure that the incident does not feel painful to us? First, we can do completion. The beautiful process of completion, of reliving and relieving that Swamiji has given, going through that incident and seeing why that incident is hurting us and seeing how we can drop that pain related with that incident and move further with our life. And if it is related to some person in our life, what you can do is you can start talking to that person and bringing completion with all the small incompletions and disagreements. That itself is a very powerful way you can perform the samskara dahana kriya, which is also another powerful completion technique that Swamiji has given. Writing down all of the incompletions you hold with that person, sharing it with them, and dropping it. So these are two things that you can do to complete with any incident or person in your life. So yes, let's all now continue to write down these different incidents where we were not able to completely be fulfilled by that incident. Please begin.
So there is a question from a participant. How to complete with frustration caused due to delay or missing something that you think you deserved, like appreciation or credit? Yes, so this is an example of what you're experiencing as an unfulfilled experience. So yes, you have been able to catch a karma pattern inside of you. Now, when we go back into our past and note down these unfulfilled experiences, we do experience frustration. It does surface. But in this moment where you are deciding to give yourself this attention, take a breath and handle this unfulfilled feeling with a little bit of conscious will persistence to see it through. Write the whole incident down that is causing unfulfillment to you. Handle it with deep respect to yourself and humbleness towards yourself. Yes, the frustration may be erupting. Write that down as well. Write it down as it comes to you, fully and wholly. Relive whatever it may be happening inside of you. You may be feeling the frustration leads to a headache, or it may lead to anything else. Write it down. Letting it be written down is the first step to flooding awareness into our unfulfilled experiences. As soon as the awareness is flooded, we heal from these frustrations and we can have the clarity on what to do next. So go ahead, write it down, fully, wholly relive those unfulfilled moments where you felt that you were less appreciated or you did not get the credit that you deserved. There is a way to handle those events. Yes, write down what you experienced and flood your unfulfilled karmas with awareness.
So now let's all relax, and we are now going to be manifesting the powers of Paramashiva once again. We are going to be moving to the second round of the power manifestation. Once again, manifesting the power of increasing or decreasing the weight of an object in your palms. So as we saw last time, the Shastra Pramana beautifully gives us the technique to manifest the power, where it says that by going beyond the physical understanding of ourselves and experiencing the space of oneness with Paramashiva, from that space, from that highest reality of ourselves, we when we decide that I want to increase or decrease or manifest any of these 8 Ashtamaha Shaktis, we will be able to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So now once again, please weigh the object. Let's now take a minute or two to once again weigh the particular object that we want to manifest with. Please take a minute now to weigh the object.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Yes, now let us all enter the manifestation itself. Now please sit down and place the object on your palms and close your eyes. And now start visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Let's take a moment now to form that visualization of the beautiful darshans that we have had, or if you have met Swamiji physically, those moments when you saw him physically itself. Let's now take a moment to see and visualize that beautiful form. If you're not able to visualize that form, you can even see the picture, the form of Swamiji who is in the background. Visualize Swamiji now. Let's take a moment to hold that visualization in our third eye. Now, let's all start chanting the Mahavakya and then request Swamiji internally to increase or decrease the weight of the object that you are manifesting with. Let's begin. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Please begin manifesting.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please relax. And yes, with this, you can now once again measure and verify the change in the weight of the object you're manifesting with. Let's take a few minutes now to verify and see if there's any change in the object. And also, with this, we come to the end of this power manifestation. So once you verify, you can post your manifestation, your results in the Zoom chat, and you can also have a quick break, refreshing yourself and being ready for the next session. We're going to be having a short break now, just a few minutes. So make sure you share your manifestation, whether you're manifested or you're yet to manifest, and also have a quick refreshment and be back. So with this, we'll be seeing you in the next session. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtam Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We will continue into the next session. This session is about vasanas, samskaras, and karma. We'll enter into the powerful cognitions about each of them and how to overcome each of them as well. First, let's understand what each of these mean. Vasana. Vasana is a seed of desire. For example, you're walking and you happen to see a dazzling necklace displayed outside a shop. A desire arises inside you to possess it. This is vasana. Samskara is the plant that grows when the seed of vasana sprouts. When you see that necklace again and again, the desire to possess it becomes stronger in you. When you feed the desire to possess the necklace, it is like supplying water and nutrition to the seed of vasana. And finally, when driven by the desire, you execute the action, it becomes karma. The power of desire drives you into finally buying the necklace. This is the action, the karma. Now let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, giving us the exact definition of how vasana, samskara, and karma form inside us and how they manifest inside us. As we saw, vasana is the seed and samskara is like the seed growing, being nurtured, and karma is actually action that fulfills that desire, action towards fulfilling that desire. In the example that we just saw, when, let's say you're walking along the street and you see something on the window of a store, a desire happens within you, the seed, that is vasana. And again, the same image happening within you, the desire being reinforced again and again, it becomes a samskara. And finally, when it drives to actually go and buy that item, that becomes karma.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
We are going to work on the navel chakra, the navel center, Manipuraga chakra. The thought current flow for this chakra is just unnecessary, broken, unidentifiable worries, unidentifiable thought flow. Suddenly, just for no reason, some thought flow. And I don't know what will happen if all the paddy field gets into the water. There is no relationship between you and the paddy field getting into the water. You can see in your life, when I gave this example, you feel, no, I never get this kind of thought flow. No. I am talking to you about you. If you just scan your thought flow, I can say, if we record connecting a software, automatic transcribing software to your thought pattern, at least 60% is Manipuraga chakra. Just for no reason it will be flowing. And unidentifiable worries, unidentifiable items, no way directly relevant to your life, no way directly relevant to your day-to-day living, nothing. Because it is there, you worry about it. I have seen people just worrying about a neighbor. Even neighbor at least you are seeing. Just like that, people worrying for no reason. Why are you worrying? Everything is going well today, who knows about tomorrow? Corrupt mental thinking system. You can identify this if you just sit and go on, pen down whatever comes inside. Just do that now for 10 minutes. First 2-3 minutes you will not have worry, because you will be consciously editing. No, this is not right thought, this is worry. But more than 3-4 minutes, even you can't edit. It will be there wildly standing in front of you and jumping. What will you do? So now try. We can try. Just within 2-3 minutes, you see, whatever comes inside, go on writing. In 2 minutes, the whole thought trend will change. Unidentifiable, reasonless, causeless thoughts leading you to low mood or depression is worry. Please understand, when you plan for your future, when you think about your finance, I am not calling all these things as worry at all. I am only calling just some useless, like a no way that thought is going to improve your life. No way it is going to alter your life. Just because you are there and the problem is there, you will be thinking about it. Come on. Just go on writing without stopping. If you stop, you will become conscious and aware of what you are thinking. Only if you catch yourself unaware, you will find the worries. Catch it. Sir, question, what is the difference between dream and vision? Dream is a moments happening in low consciousness, like a sleeping state. Vision is super consciousness. And Satori, difference between Satori and glimpse. No, write it and send it. Satori and enlightenment. I can say Satori and glimpse of enlightenment is one and the same. Please be seated. This is the reference to attention need during the two-way sessions at our satsang center when Swami blesses. Other centers for Vibhuti Kumkum coming and their padukas. Attention need for the same to happen at the Annanagar center also. Alright. I'll do something for Annanagar center also. Often when Swami conducts process like earlier today, visualizing light, I look inside and see total blackness. Vasudevan, please be seated. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong if you see blackness, total blackness. That's the way it will happen. Suddenly one day you will see like a egg, it will crack. That blackness will break and that light will happen. That's the way it will happen. It will actually, the blackness which you have will get intensified more and more and burst. My mind is so busy and running around like a lunatic. That's okay. See, you are not expected, your mind is not expected to settle down just like that. The technique itself to engage your mind only. It's not that your mind will become suddenly calm, quiet. You will raise to a level where the mind is immaterial. So this initially mind running around like a lunatic, shouting, doing this, that, that's okay, perfect. After all, mind is your part, is part of you. So it will not just like that settle down. Your life and body, everything was like a lunatic only. It was running chaotically. Even lunatic word is too small. It's just chaotic. So that's okay. That's the way it will be in the initial level. And don't worry, as you say that I ended up in acquiring one after another technique but never immersing and surrendering myself to anyone. No, you can't, I tell you. No intelligent man can practice any technique more than 21 days. Understand? Any technique. It's a law, by law. By the time you will feel that you are becoming dumb and dull by doing the technique. So don't bother about unable to practice technique. Here also I am giving technique not for you to achieve through technique, as an engagement to your mind. Let me give you this example. In Tamil Nadu villages there used to be a ritual called Mayana Surai. After every Shivaratri there used to be a program enacted in all Indian villages, Tamil Nadu villages especially. Devi will go to the cremation ground and throw puffed rice, all eatables, and then get into the cremation ground and kill the demon and come back. The story says she was supposed to kill a demon before sunrise. But the demon had too many ghosts protecting him. When she went there, cremation ground, the war field, she saw millions of ghosts are there protecting the demon. She can't kill all these ghosts and reach demon by tomorrow morning before sunrise. The ghosts have the habit of picking up and eating from the ground. Even if you give in the hand, they will not eat. But if you throw it away, they will run after that food and pick up and eat. So she threw the eatables, puffed rice all over. All the ghosts are busy eating, picking up and eating, without leaving the security job. She straight went and killed the demon and came back. Here, your ego is the demon. And all the thoughts you are having is the ghost. The technique I am giving is a puffed rice. When I throw this puffed rice technique, your thoughts will be too busy there. I'll go and destroy the demon and come out. That's all. I'll just get inside, kill the ego, the demon, and come out. So technique itself is no way going to enlighten you. It is just entertainment for your thoughts and mind when I do my work. It's diverting the attention of your security who is not allowing me inside you. So don't bother. Techniques are just for you to struggle, not for you to become successful. Understand the purpose of technique. Technique is for you to struggle so that the presence can do its real job. This is a very nice question. How does one surrender to a master and not turn that into an egoistic act of surrender? Not even having the idea that you surrendered is the real surrender. The moment you count, oh, I surrender my body, I surrender my mind, gone, your surrender is over. Just casually, your body and mind will be burnt. That is a surrender. Surrender actually cannot happen from your side at all. It can happen only from my side. From your side, only one thing can be done. You can take care that ghosts are completely engaged with the puffed rice. That's all. Is a phobia a vasana? Yes. Phobia is usually vasana. Very rarely samskara. Usually you will not even know it is there. And when the situation comes, it will come up and express itself. Rarely you will know, but you will not be able to break it. I have a very funny way of removing allergies and phobias. If somebody is allergic for the nuts or chili and all, I'll give exactly that only. Just like that they will come out. Anybody allergic to anything? I challenge actually. But chana dal. Tonight, ma, tell the kitchen to prepare a little chana dal, ma. Get it. I'll say that completely she becomes alright. Anybody allergic to anything, tonight bring that object. That's all. In a darshan. Yes. Alright. Actually, this allergy thing, any allergy you just get it. Even if your kids are allergic to something, bring them and I'll just energize the same object and give. That vasana will leave the system. I am actually allergy specialist. Allergy, coma, all these things are our area. Anjay Sangani, engineer's kid, any of your child? She says nut allergy. In the evening when she comes for darshan, please bring nuts. I'll remove it. Rakesh Ashok, 61. He is worried about once we experience levitation, could it be uncontrollable act if we are in office setting? Are we in control? Don't worry, you will be able to control. People ask me, in bathroom if I start levitating, what will happen? Don't worry, it will be controlled only. Actually, only when you sit and unclutch, it will start happening. It is not like that switch is automatic. When it wants, it starts. It doesn't stop. No. When you unclutch only, it starts happening. You can see the brahmacharis. Tonight I will show you, when they are levitating, don't think they are not aware. I can give them the needle and thread. They will be able to easily put the thread into needle Just in 1 second. Tonight I will show you. It's not that they are not aware of what is happening. They are fully aware. And you see that joy exploding in the system lifts the whole body. You can see in their face the joy exuding. Ravi, please be seated. Little attention from me is okay. Leo 14. Whenever you get this kind of experiences, don't visualize there is a dark spirit. Just feel, all right, I am going with the life. Let the life decide. Life is more powerful than any dark spirit. You understand? Just go with the life. Then this itself will become a near-death experience or out-of-body experience. This will become a powerful Satori. We can enter into the process. Understand? Navel center is the center for the thought current of worrying. Causeless, unidentifiable thoughts erupting, leading you to low mood and depression like poison. Visualize your whole stomach is filled with poison. If you feel the stomach is filled with poison, what will you do? You will try to vomit. In that same force, in the same speed, try to create intense sounds which does not make any meaning. Talk in the language you don't understand or you don't know. If you know only Tamil and English, talk in Chinese and Japanese. Just some sound, but intensely, with the mood of vomiting. But feel you are vomiting the poison of worrying, the habit of worrying, the unconsciousness of worrying. This will prepare your whole system. Sit in Vajrasana or stand. Even standing is okay. Bring all your enemies in front of you, whom you hate, with whom you carry a deep vengeance. Mostly it will be people with whom you are living. Parents, spouse. You have deep unconscious vengeance on all of them. You want to take revenge for many things they did. Throw all the anger. Just vomit all the poison. Intensely, without giving a break. If you give a gap, break, you will start thinking consciously. Don't think consciously. Just throw all the unconscious tantrum out. You can literally fight with whoever you want. Only thing, you can't touch anybody who is near you. You can't beat or touch, harm anybody who is around you. Please spread all over the hall.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
from strife.
The corruption that happens to the inner space is samskara or engraved memory. They are the memories that go and sit in your inner space and pull you to go through the same experience repeatedly. They pull you to do the same kind of actions repeatedly, pull you to run through the same kind of thought patterns even if you don't want to. Those memories are samskaras. Any samskaras that is operating in your conscious or unconscious layer is nothing but a hindrance to the fulfillment of your life. There is no such thing as good or bad samskara. No samskara is good. An inner space filled with samskaras is hell. An inner space without samskaras is heaven. Do not try to classify samskaras as good or bad. A samskara by itself, by its very nature, is negative. By its very nature, samskara is depressive. Anything done out of samskaras will reduce everything to boring emptiness. Anything that happens with a deep understanding, just out of your pure inner space, always adds value to you. Anything done out of samskaras adds more and more bondage to you. From our young age, we collect so many different samskaras in so many ways. We accumulate them and also reproduce them. Samskaras do reproduce themselves even without any further action from our part. Samskaras get strengthened in different ways. There are some samskaras that get strengthened only by action when you repeat the action. If a person is restless and gets too many thoughts in a span of 1 second, his kshana is shorter because the gap between two thoughts is less. There are some samskaras that get strengthened just by receiving information with regard to them. When you receive input from the world about them, there are some other samskaras that need neither action nor information, just remembrance is enough, and they get strengthened. We collect these different levels of samskaras, engraved memories, and store them in our system and expand them. Anything half done leaves a samskara in your being. Anything not lived fully leaves an imprint or samskara in your being, which time and again pulls you attracts you to travel the same path and fulfill it. The cause of addiction is also related to samskaras. Swamiji says, in my own experience of having worked with millions of people personally, at least a few thousand cases of addiction have been healed by meditation. The basic truth about addiction is that you have lived your life vaguely, not fully or with the whole being. Unfulfilled desires create a samskara in you, pulling you back to fulfill the desire by re-experiencing the same desire again and again. Any emotion lived intensely simply liberates you out of that emotion, be it anger, fear, desire to eat, or attachment to any object or person. You are liberated fully of anything when you live it fully. If a person keeps going back to a problem time and again, it only means that he or she has not lived out the problem fully. When we live, half our mind is somewhere else. Patanjali says beautifully, the more the quantity, the less the quality. The moment the quality of enjoyment of any object increases, its quantity decreases in direct proportion of its own accord. Therefore, it is the quality that needs to be increased. Life is not a brief candle, it is a bright, shining torch. Make it burn as brightly as possible in your life.
Okay, next we are going to see samskaras in the 7 layers of the body. We have seen energy layers in our body. The first layer is the physical body layer that you carry, made out of flesh and blood. Now let's watch what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism say about the samskaras in the 7 layers of the body.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
The 7 layers, I think you can show the 7 layers once more. Maybe for the people who have come inside newly, for them, the TV, how they say that, headlines once more. Once more the headlines. The physical layer, the body out, which the physical body is the first layer. The prana movements is second layer. The inner chattering is third layer. Emotions are fourth layer. The deep sleep, what you experience during deep sleep, that silence is fifth layer. In the deep meditation, what you experience, that joy, that intense, vibrant silence is sixth layer. Enlightenment is seventh layer. In the deep sleep, it will be graveyard silence, negative silence. In meditation, it will be intense silence. There is a big difference. When you fall asleep and come back, you will not become more intelligent. But when you fall into meditation and come back, you will be more intelligent. And you will be more blissful. When you fall asleep and come back, you may be fresh, a little relaxed, but you will not be more blissful. But when you fall into meditation and come back, that silence is called intense silence, live, vibrant silence. So, the 7 layers, we store different samskaras in different layers. Usually the samskaras related to desire are stored in the prana, the breathing. And the samskaras related to chronic fatigue or tiredness is stored in the body, the physical body. That is why 2-3 times you try to do some exercise, workout or even walking. First thing body will bring out is tiredness. But without bothering about that first level samskaras which are raising, if you enter into it, suddenly you will see that same action brings energy out of you. If you start walking, in 2 minutes your mind will suggest 10 times, I am tired. No, it is too much, enough. We did, today it is okay, tomorrow we can do. It will try its best. But if you don't bother about that samskaras and just go ahead, in few minutes the same action will bring energy. Chronic fatigue means a deep feeling to be in an action, to be in rest, or non-moving or not moving is stored in the physical body. I always tell people, karma palatyaga, not karma tyaga. The results of the action should be surrendered, not the action itself. Karma tyaga is very easy. That is where the whole spirituality has ended. The worst thing happened to India is not our tradition, not following our tradition, not following what Krishna said, not following what our traditions have presented. But constantly I am seeing the superficial, analytical reports. These fellows go on abusing. The other day I was reading an article. There was a technical term they started using, Hindu rate of growth. I was surprised. It's just, he means the suffering of India is because of our tradition. It is not. Suffering of India is because we did not follow our tradition. We did not imbibe our tradition. Instead of doing karma palatyaga, we started doing karma tyaga, stuck in the first layer, stuck in the physical layer itself. I've seen in the villages, many places. There are some great things in the villages. There are some things like, instead of karma balatyaga, karma tyaga, like till morning 10 o'clock you will see tea shops will be filled. People will be sitting and talking. If you want to listen to the great Vedantic truths, go to the village tea shops morning 10 o'clock. You will see there people will be sitting and just sipping the tea. Oh, without God's grace nothing can be done. Only by God's grace anything can happen. All great truths, but just to justify what they are doing, not to internalize. Karma palatyaga is supposed to be the truth. But the karma tyaga starts happening if you are stuck in the physical layer. The chronic fatigue or intense craving for the rest. I have seen people understand this intense craving for the rest brings diseases which will put you in the bed. Intense craving for disease, craving for the rest. Actually, if you see any advertisement for resorts, beach resorts especially, if you see a photograph, beautiful beach, easy resting chair, and somebody resting, the moment you see that, immediately something starts happening in you. You feel you should also be lying like that, completely resting, totally in peacefulness, in the deep peace. The moment you see that, something in you is awakened. That's what I call intense craving for tamas. Understand?
The samskaras related to chronic fatigue or tiredness are stored in the physical body. That is why when you try to do some exercise, a workout, or even simple walking, the first thing the body will bring out is tiredness. But without bothering about these first level samskaras that are rising, if you continue to enter into the action, suddenly you will see that the same action brings energy out of you. If you start walking, in a few minutes, your mind will suggest 10 times, I am tired. No, it's too much. We did enough. That is enough for today. Tomorrow we can do. But if you don't bother about these samskaras and just go ahead, within a few minutes, the same action will bring energy. You can try just by walking around a few minutes, jumping. Next is chronic fatigue, which is a deep feeling to be in inaction, to be in rest or non-moving state, is stored in the physical body layer. Chronic fatigue is deeply related to the intense craving for rest. Please understand that this intense craving for rest brings diseases that will make you bedridden. Next layer is pranic layer and the desire samskaras. The next layer is the prana or breath layer. The samskaras related to desire are stored in the prana, the breathing. Whenever your desires are changing, suddenly you will see the breathing pattern will also change. For example, if you are caught by strong desire like lust or anger, your breathing pattern will change. It will be chaotic. The more you enter into the action based on those desires, the stronger these engrams will become. Next layer is mental layer and guilt samskaras. Third layer is the mental layer. In the pranic layer, which is the second layer, you store your thoughts about how your life should be. In the mental layer, you store your engrams about how your life should not have been. This layer is built on guilt. In the case of this layer, you don't need to do the same action again to strengthen the engram. Just the information or the remembrance about that action will strengthen the engram. For example, if you have seen the same place, or if you are seeing the same person, if you are facing the same situation, immediately those engrams will become strong and they will be awakened. Fourth layer is emotional layer and the pain samskaras. This layer is to do with emotions. In this layer, you store all the visualizations related to pain. Understand, this fourth layer of pain is a very powerful layer. You don't need any action or information to strengthen the engrams. Neither do you need action nor do you need information related to pain. So you don't have to have the same pain again and again. You don't even need to receive information related to that pain. Just the engrams are enough. They can multiply. They can simply expand and multiply. Fifth layer is causal layer and deep sleep. This layer is what you experience in deep sleep. Even though there are engrams in this layer, you cannot do anything about them, because in the deep sleep, your mind cannot do anything. It's an unconscious layer. If in the first 4 layers, you can reduce the depth of the engrams, samskaras, the 5th and 6th layer will be cleansed naturally. The 5th layer will be cleansed if you clean the first 4 layers. If the 5th layer is cleansed, you will start experiencing the 6th layer more and more. The 6th layer is the meditation layer. Not only that, if the engrams in the first 4 layers are too many, in the 5th layer, the relationship between you and your body gets disconnected. Reducing the engrams in the first 4 layers is making friends with your body. We don't realize how we abuse the body. Understand, if you are overweight, it is directly connected to some of those engrams. When you feel lonely and empty, inside you start filling it. You start filling it with food or by drinking. Every single thing happening in your life is directly connected to some engrams. Removing these engrams is making friends with your body, creating a deep friendship with your body. This is the best way to heal yourself. Now let's watch what Supreme Party of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, says about these layers.
Just like country functions with certain laws, Cosmos functions with certain laws. Not knowing the law of the country cannot be an excuse for you not following the laws. Whether you know it or not, the laws of the country binds you. You are expected to know the laws and abide by the laws. Same way, not knowing the laws of the cosmos cannot be the excuse to escape from those laws. Every human being happened in the planet Earth is expected to know the laws of the cosmos and align the life in tune with the law of the cosmos. Please understand. If you know the law of the country and align yourself with that law and express your creativity, not only you will create wealth, the country's infrastructure will support you to live blissfully. If you are not aligning yourself with the law, naturally unexpected calamities. Same way, with the cosmic law, know the law, align yourself, the whole cosmos will support you. You are the ambition of cosmos. Your fulfillment is a joint venture between you and cosmos. Please understand. Your fulfillment is not just your responsibility. The whole universe, you may call it God, Shiva, Krishna, Rama, now Venkateshwara, whatever name you may use, but the whole cosmos is waiting to fulfill itself through you. So your ambition is the ambition of the cosmos. The biggest problem is when you do not know the laws of the cosmos, when you are not interested in aligning with the cosmos, the universe tries to align you. That is what you call as punishment. It is not. It is the signals sent to you by the universe to align yourself, to get back to the center, to get back to the source, to get back to the functioning. Please understand. The law of the cosmos is what we call karma.
Trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a blissful life, a life with no more strife. I can't believe the things I do, just to spend a little time with you. Nothing will compare, I know you will take care.
You're always showing us compassion, your love is endless like an ocean. Nithyananda, Nithyananda, my life's become a meditation. Ever since we had a deep connection.
Fear, desire to eat, or attachment to any object or person. Now, let us enter into a very powerful process where we relive all the emotions and unclutch from them. Any emotion lived intensely will liberate us. So let us now enter into this powerful process continuously relive all your unfulfilled emotions and desires intently and unclutch from them. With the powerful initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, let us enter into this beautiful process where we intensely enter into our unfulfilled desires and unclutch from them.
मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृते
intensely, entering into the emotions and unclenching from them, releases from all the sanskaras and allows the energy to express through us. All the powers that are restricted by the samskaras start to express, they start to manifest. Now, immediately let us enter into the power manifestation session and manifest the powers with the initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. In this session, we'll be manifesting the power So let us recap the steps needed to go through the power manifestation. Please turn your video on. Visualize that the intense presence of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is happening in your third eye region. And in this session, we are going to manifest the power of reducing the weight of an object which is away from you, not near you, but away from you. Sitting cross-legged on the floor with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, from KAILASA. Visualize his presence, intense presence in your third eye. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Intensely visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Anything else you think of as your identity is delusion. So simply dropping it. From the space of absolute enclutching to experience the space of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, complete completion to experience the space of Paramashiva, and oneness to experience all the powers of Paramashiva, vibrating in the Ajapa Japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Just a powerful remembrance of darshan, initiation with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, with that deep feeling connection. First, measure the weight of an object. Do not hold the object with you. Keep the object away. Now, intensely connecting with Paramashiva, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, declare the reduction in weight. Continue chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Declare the reduction in weight for the object that you desire.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, check the weight on the object. Once again, the same object that you have weighed before the power manifestation, and verify the result of your manifestation. As always, remember that the weight or any result from the power manifestation is more of a byproduct. You sitting in the space of Paramashivoham, I am Bhagavan's Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the primary goal of power manifestation. Anything else happens as a byproduct by itself. The more and more you connect and sit in oneness with Paramashiva, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the powers start manifesting automatically. Share your experience on social media. Post your video on social media of your power manifestation and create a beautiful record of your journey into power manifestation in social media platforms. You can use the hashtag Paramashivoham, hashtag KAILASA, hashtag Nithyananda when you're making the social media post. We'll now conclude the session, and in just a few moments we will continue with the next session. We'll now end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ओम् तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत्श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। Thank you so much. We'll be joining shortly for the next session.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
So is everyone available here? So now we'll start move to the next segment. And so today we are learning about the various secrets related to the karma. And I think this is the most fascinating subject that is going to be. And we all are introduced about karma from somewhere or other. So whenever we go to any of the spiritual guru, any of the spiritual books, anything related to Hinduism, if you learn, the karma is the word which all of us get to know. And most commonly word used in the spirituality, for all of us is the karma. And very frequently used, at least in the Indian community, very frequently it is used that, oh, this is happening to you, this because of karma, or you are going to accumulate the karma. So there's so many understandings, so many theories, and so many concepts are already there in the society. Now today we are going to be learning about the karma as defined by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The various types of karma that we are going to be looking into, and also not just we are going to be understanding the karma itself, but we will be getting into various processes which will help us not to have the karma or discard karma or have the completion with the karma. So the very understanding itself which will be given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will help us to come to this understanding or come to a certain lifestyle which will not allow us to build more and more karma. The very understanding, like how when we get to understand about the country law, we ourselves change, accommodate or adjust ourselves so that we always abide by the country law, and once we start abiding by it, the country law always supports us to make our life more easy. It makes our existence in the country much more easier. Same way, when we understand these cosmic concepts, cosmic truth revealed by the cosmos itself, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism itself, it will make our life in this whole cosmos more comfortable, more joyful, more blissful.
So now we'll be moving ahead with understanding karma. And today we'll be understanding what Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revealed to us in form of biology of karma. So there are various layers of karma. We have the Agamya karma, the Prarabdha, and the Sanchita karma. So let us understand the various levels of karma. The Sanchit karma is like a bank, a reserve bank of karma. Sanchit means accumulated, something which you have accumulated over the course of time.
So we are going to be dissecting into the karma as we are looking into the three different types of karma. The first one being the Sanchita. As the name suggests, it's a Sanskrit word. The name suggests, if we translate, it becomes the reserve. So whatever we have reserved over a period of time, means from the time we have taken the very first birth, from the very time we have started identifying ourselves as I. From that time till now, all the karma that we have accumulated becomes Sanchita karma. So we may have and taken millions of births. Maybe for some of us it is the first birth, second birth, we do not know. So we may have taken millions of bodies before. And in all those millions of bodies, whatever thoughts, whatever spoken, whatever actions done, means through this various ways, we would have accumulated so much of engrams, incompletions, inadequate cognitions, various unfulfilled experiences, all that would be sitting inside us, and all that put together is called Sanchita karma. So I hope all of you are able to come to some understanding that what exactly is Sanchita karma. The background music is very loud. Okay, just give me a few moments, I'll address to it. Is it better, ma? Mahalalita Gabriel? Is the audio better, no? Okay. So till you, if you can just give a thumbs up, that will be good. I can continue the session. Okay. Vishwanathan, is the audio good? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So the karma that we have been acquiring from the moment we started feeling as an individual entity, that moment we start feeling, or the moment when we start feeling that I exist individually, from that moment to till now, all the karma accumulated is called Sanchita karma.
Now we look at the next level of karma, which is prarabdha. Prarabdha means from the sanchit or the reserve accumulated bank of karma, one takes some karma, creates his body out of it, and decides to enjoy and exhaust all of those karmas through that body when one takes birth. So the prarabdha is just a small bit which one has brought into this life to enjoy or exhaust through this body. So we might have heard many a times about prarabdha karma, like especially in the Hindu villages, the adults and the senior people in the society will be saying that this is the prarabdha. This is like in a context of using it in the terms of destiny. This is the destiny. So this is the second layer of karma, prarabdha. What we take from the sanchit bank, the bank of karma from the various millions of birth, and assume in a body, and for the purpose of exhausting or enjoying. Now,
so as all of us understood just now, that our Sanchita karma, or the karma accumulation that is happening, is most part of it is unfulfilled desires. As of now, we are getting into this part. It has much more than just this specific understanding. So whenever we are taking the next body, the very reason why we take, because we had certain unfulfilled desires and we want to fulfill it. We want to live it. So out of that whole reserve, we decide, okay, in this Janma, I am going to live and manifest these of the desires and fulfill these desires. So those specific desires or in karma that we say, we choose and we start living that. So that specific chosen karma is our prarabdha karma, the very reason of why we are taking this specific body.
And now the third level or the final level is the agamya karma, the karma that we accumulate during this birth in the process of life as we are living. So now we'll look more into this, and we also have okay, Ma Lalita Gabriel has confirmed that. Thank you, Ma. Thank you very for letting us know the audio issue is addressed. Okay.
So now going into the agamya karma. So agamya karma is the karma which we start collecting after coming down to the planet Earth. Okay, so once we have taken the body, it's not that the moment we take the birth, we start living as enlightened being and we do not accumulate the karma, which is true for all of us. No, I'm not just saying that you, but all of us. None of us are enlightened, and because we are not enlightened, we have many inadequate cognitions. We may have many complications, and because of those things, we go on accumulating more and more karma, and that is what is called agamya karma. Okay. So all of us who land, okay, or take the body, whenever we are taking a body, whenever we are taking a birth, okay, it's important for all of us to realize our prarabdha karma and exhaust the prarabdha karma. Now let us understand in more better way, rather than understanding it as a more like a quantity of the prarabdha karma. Okay. The Patanjali defines it very beautifully, and Swami said that Patanjali revealed an important secret. He said that the prarabdha karma is not a quantity, because the moment we are saying that sanchita is a reserve, and out of that you choose certain amount of karma, it will always go to our mind will capture like certain quantity. So he's saying that it is not a quantity, like, and he gives the example. Take the example of a dam. There is a huge dam. So whatever water is stored into it, the dam, that is considered that as sanchita karma. So prarabdha is not the amount of water that is getting released from the dam for the irrigation or any other purposes. If you think of river as the flow of the life, okay, or the water as the flow of life, all the water is stored in the sanchita. Okay, we may think that the whatever water, but the Patanjali reveals that important technique that the water released from the dam is not the prarabdha, the shape of the irrigation, shape of the gateway from where the water is getting released, that is the prarabdha. So considering that whole big dam and all the reserve water, considering that is a sanchita karma, the quantity of water that comes out of the dam is not the prarabdha karma, but the gateway through which the water is flowing, means the life is flowing, that is the prarabdha karma. So understanding this way, so the karma that we bring, that becomes a gateway that decides the quantity of the life that is going to flow through us, or the kind of life that is going to flow through us.
And also Patanjali reveals that this karma gets activated only during a certain condition. Now, we need to ask that, do we have to wait for the next birth? Many of us will have this question. Do we need to wait for the next birth if we feel strongly about something, but it is not our prarabdha? That is, it is not as a destiny or the purpose for which we would have assumed the body. The answer is no. You can change your prarabdha through a simple, strong will or sankalpa, a conscious declaration. The strength of sankalpa can cause a rebirth in you in this birth itself. The next birth can happen now itself.
And this is what we have been continuously teaching also, and Swami has revealed in many satsang. I think if we watch the previous satsangs, where Swamiji talks about the history of the avatarana of the Ganga, and so in this one also, when Swamiji is talking about the super determinism, so what we are calling here as a Satya Sankalpa, or the Sankalpa by will, it can be changed. It's a super determinism through which we can alter the very purpose for which we are existing. See, when we are taking the birth, there is a certain purpose, or I can say that is what the prarabdha karma is deciding. Okay, this is what I want to enjoy. This is what I want to exhaust. And that becomes the purpose for taking the birth. That very purpose can be changed, okay, by our super determinism, by our sankalpa. We can change it. We can rewrite our future, how we want to live. And that is what we also talked in the very first session, science of manifesting reality. Means it is possible for all of us to change the future as we want it. Okay. And this is what Patanjali has also revealed it. Okay. Now the another part that Swami said, that how the karma gets accumulated. Swamiji says that the only karma that gets recorded in the cosmos is the pain that we cause. So the cosmos does not record anything other than the violence that is caused. Means only if we cause pain, the karma gets recorded. Other than the violence, nothing is recorded as the karma in the cosmos. So karma is not just effect of incompletions. The karma can be cause of more and more incompletions. Once the incompletions starts, either we have to be moving towards completion or more and more incompletions. Okay, we cannot be just sitting quiet. So if all of us are not deciding to bring completion in our life, okay, means I can say very clearly, if we are not deciding to be with Swamiji, if we are not deciding to listen to him and follow what he's saying, understand we cannot be keeping ourselves quiet and living with as much as karma or as much as incompletion we have, but we are continuously working towards accumulating more karma, accumulating more incompletions and causing more and more incompletion and getting caught into that vicious cycle, and that is how the life will continue. But only when we come to Swamiji, only when we listen to him, follow him what he is saying, we start breaking our karmic cycle. We start breaking the various incompletions that we have, and we start moving towards the Jivan Mukti, the liberation itself.
Now, when we talk about the pain and how it is recorded by the cosmos, we need to be very clear that nobody other than us is responsible for what we feel and what we do. Nobody can make us suffer without our silent permission. Once you understand that whatever happens is from deep inside you, you will suddenly see things changing. Take full responsibility of yourselves. Swamiji has again and again, in fact, every day after every satsang, has reminded us of this spiritual reality, that we are responsible for whatever happens in and around us. So now we'll be moving on to a discourse where Swamiji will be revealing further sacred truths on this.
So let us watch a short video where Swamiji reveals the deeper secrets on the karma.
Already feel it is outdated and which is constantly suffocating you, shrinking you, is sanjita karma. And the thought pattern in which you feel you are stuck, but you are able to cause few things as your reality in your life, that is agamya karma. But because you want to cause one or two things in your life as reality, the thought pattern you accept brings untold, unimagined, unexpected bondages, side effects, after effects in your life. That is called agamya. Listen. Husband is a person who stands by you during all the troubles, tortures, sufferings, pains, which will not be there in your life if he is not there. That is the definition of agamya karma. You try to cause your reality in one dimension of your life, and you accept certain thought thought pattern into your lifestyle, which causes multiple other suffocations and bondages. Unimagined, unexpected, untold, unbriefed. Understand? Just because you want to own a home, sometimes you get stuck in the home for next 40 years paying your bank home loan. You want home. That's the reality you want to cause. But when you cause that reality, the thought current you accept and assume on you, the responsibility you bring upon you, can suffocate and bind you in unimagined, unexpected, untold, unseen multiple ways. This is the example for agamya. Prarabdha means not ready to allow either the outdated suffocating thought pattern or the thought pattern which causes your reality partially, deciding boldly to go on renouncing any thought current, thought pattern, even if you suspect them that they are not going to cause your reality completely. If you go on discarding, the discarding will become a lifestyle. That discarding thought pattern, thought trend, thought current is prarabdha. Means only exhausting. No more accumulation. Waking up to the reality. Any thought current, any thought trend cannot cause all my realities as reality. Coming to that understanding and waking up to that reality is enlightenment. Not ready to be stuck in any thought current is the liberated thinking current. Not ready to revere, honor any thought current is liberated thinking current. Not ready to honor, revere any thought current is completion. Not ready to honor, accept, revere any thought current is perpetual completion. Not ready to accept any thought current as a lifestyle is perpetual completion.
Paramashivoham.
we just saw the definition of karma revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment, which is a small exercise. Now, when we stop blaming others, when we start understanding that we are responsible for everything, we become more and more aware of every action, every thought. The awareness is enough, and we start acting intelligently. So this exercise will help us to introspect and achieve this realization. So now, please look into how you have been giving silent permission for your misery. For example, frustration. Getting frustrated for not clear planning, leading to situations of a default future which might not be favorable, not communicating properly, being alone, avoiding feedback and thereby avoiding correction, being confused. So please spend some time and note down, look in where you have been giving silent permission for your own misery.
So let us start this assignment. We'll give you a few minutes for you to complete the assignment before we move to the next segment. Also, if you have any doubt or any clarification that you need, please feel free to drop a message. We'll be happy to help you. I will project the assignment for all of you. Nithyananda, everyone. I see many of you are writing the assignment. So all of you, please relax now. So now, if you want to have any clarification, please do share with us, ask us. Otherwise, we'll move to the next segment, which is going to be power manifestation. So I request all the participants to get ready to manifest the power. And in this round of power manifestation, we are going to be reducing the weight of object on your partner palm. So you'll have to find a partner. And I request all of you to pair up with each other. I see could be like the you would sum them everything to disillude. Okay, no partner. No partner. Yeah, from the Zoom room, I think you'll be able to see the other participants. So we have 5 participants. I don't have a weighing scale. Okay. So if you don't have the weighing scale, what you can do, you can take some object and take the measurement. You can always do that one. But generally, I would suggest to all of you, there are a few sets of power manifestation that we do. One where you have to measure the length, one where you have to measure the weight of the object, one where you have to measure the blood pressure or the pulse. So if you just buy one pulsometer, it will be sufficient to do that. And then one small weighing machine, and you can have one, what to call, the measuring. So I think that was the most easiest to for all of you to procure. So that way you will be able to participate into all the power manifestations. All the power manifestations are aimed, to bring a different kind of incompletions and bring completion with all of them. And that's why we have so many varieties of powers. So many of these powers, you'll always see that certain kind of powerful cognitions are given. And based on that, we ask you to do the power manifestations. That has been from a very long time. Any program that you have attended, it's always been like that. If you see the consciousness over matter, it's mostly associated with whenever we do manifesting your own reality. So that's why it's very important that participate in every single power manifestation, because it is going to bring some sort of completion to you.
And also, many of these power manifestations are, they lead to various powers which have application in healing people. For example, reducing the blood pressure. So all of this will be very useful and contributing throughout our lives. So it's always a good idea to be prepared for the power manifestation with all the, the necessary equipment.
Okay, so Ma Satya Srinivas is requesting that I want to increase my weight. Actually, yes. So another participant can actually pair up for that one. We have 5 participants. So you can pair up with another participant who would be ready to do this power manifestation. Rather, I would suggest let us go by yes, you please. Okay. So anyone, Ma Parameshwari? And Vishwanathan? So
it's 11 o'clock.
Okay, please all of you type the message with whom you would like to pair. Ma Parameshwari, okay. Ma Parameshwari? Ma Parameshwari, I think, yeah, related to the previous, I'll just read. There have been some Acharya, I have impression that my family takes me for granted because I always help where I can. The Douglas, no question is asked. Can you please take a look at this? What do you think? Non-verbally, it's clear to me, and I'm sending her something, saying something. She will do it. That makes me angry and frustrated. Related to the previous exercise, what to do, how to complete, to transform. I just deleted one answer in my WhatsApp chat because I got something I should look at. Okay, so what we have to do, Manolita is asking what power manifestation we are doing. So I'll just project this for all of you. So we are going to be reducing the weight of an object on your partner's palm. So just keep one of the object on, actually all of you, you have to keep one object on your palm. So before you keep the object, you take the measurement of it and start the power manifestation. And once the power manifestation finishes, you are again going to take the measurement of it, the weight measurement. Ma Parameshwari, I'll attend to it. Just give me a few more minutes. Okay. Vishwanathan is asking, ready to pair. Okay. So maybe Vishwanath, Ma, Lalita, or any of you. I want all of you to come voluntarily to pair up with another participant. See, whenever we do power manifestation with other person, it requires, that you be in completion with each other. If it is forcibly given to you, or if you are not very happy with that, it will impact your power manifestation. Okay, so Satya Srinivasma is ready for anyone. Okay, Vishwanathan. So maybe both of you can actually pair up. Satya Srinivas and Vishwanathan. Both of you can pair up. And other two both of them can pair up. So let's start. Object or your weight. Object. You have to do with the object. Not your weight, but rather than object weight. Yes. Okay. So let's start now. I request all the participants to sit straight. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye and chant the Mahavakya. While you chant the Mahavakya, make the declaration to reduce the weight of the object. Make the conscious declaration to manifest the power. You can choose any object you want to. You should be able to take the measurement of it. Choose those objects which you can measure. So let's start the power manifestation now. I request all the participants to close their eyes and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. And continuously chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly. All of you, please relax now. I request all the participants to relax now. All of you, please open your eyes. Oh, Ma Satya Srinivas is saying that my earring actually reduced weight. That's great to hear. And I compare to the earring, and this is smaller. So you are pairing up with the Vishwanathan. So Vishwanathan, please open your eyes. So Ma Satya Srinivas, you paired up with the Vishwanathan here, is it? Yes, change. Yes. So Malalita Gabriel also saying that yes, change. So she was also, her partner was also able to manifest the power. Now time for Vishwanathan and Malalita partner to share their experience of power manifestation. Okay, so I see Vishwanathan is typing the answer. That's great to hear that all of you are manifesting the power. I felt a lot of warm in the chest. Okay. I thought paired with Parameshwariya. Or Malalita paired up. I saw someone with a ball, okay, and that size increasing also. Okay, so that was Ma Lalita actually. So Ma Lalita and Satya. Ma Satya Srinivas. Okay. Okay, that size is increasing also. Okay, great. So I can see all of you are doing the power manifestation. It's really great to see all of you manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Be in this space, when the Swami is delivering the satsang, the various powerful cognition, just maintain this space of oneness with the Swamiji, as you must know that all the power manifestation happens directly from the oneness space with Swamiji. There is no other science, there is no other trick. It's direct manifestation of Swamiji in you. You are experiencing oneness with the Swamiji. Maintain that space while you are listening to the various powerful cognitions revealed by Swamiji. All those powerful cognitions will reveal so much of understanding. They will become part of your life. They will start becoming part of your functioning cognitions. So many great things will continue to happen. So now let us move to the next segment, maintaining this space. We are going to delve more deeper into the various concepts of Agamya, Sanchita, and Prarabdha Karma. We are going to understand it from the different perspective. Swamiji says that our thoughts are so powerful, our mind is so powerful that it can just change the whole body. And if we actually want to understand the power of thought, it's very easy to take the example, the moment when we are angry, we know it is also just a thought, somebody just triggers, we all have in our life that we get triggered by some person. With some person or other, we have very, very strong incompletions. The moment we see them, we remember them, we talk to them, the incompletion just get triggered. So understand that is also just a power of the thought. The moment we remember our enemy or the person with whom we have so much of incompletion, the moment we remember the thought that crosses, we just get into completely different mood. So this is what Swami said that, just to think of one thought that creates disturbances in us, or just to think of your enemy. So all of us have our own enemy who triggers us a lot, from whom we just get incomplete very easily. Or think of a person who took money from you and not giving it back, or a person who gave you money and is asking for it and you do not want to give. So immediately you will see that the change will be happening in your system. The whole chemistry starts changing. Our blood starts boiling, blood pressure starts going up, heartbeat starts going up, and the pulse rate, everything starts increasing, and that is the power of the thought. But other than this, there are many such examples. If we just start looking into our life, we just give few minutes to recollect, we'll start seeing that there are so many thoughts that start triggering and start creating so much of change in us. So all of us will understand the power of the thought, and it won't take much time for all of us to come to this understanding that yes, we all have, all our thoughts are powerful, and they do create many changes in our body, whether it may be temporarily that we feel or the permanently we experience the change. Unclutching is the zone which melts all the karma. So this is another powerful cognition and the technique that Swami is giving us. The various karma, which is a toxins in our bio memory. So unclutching is the technique and the meditation technique which melts all the karma. We will have, if we start practicing, we start living in the unclutched space, we will have the most purest body and the mind if we continue to practice, if we get established, or if we use unclutching as the fuel for our living. So when we say using unclutching as the fuel, means every day continue to get into the space of unclutching. Whatever happens in your life, just get back to unclutching. Just get back to unclutching a space rather than continuously living with the thoughts and the various emotions. Unclutch from it and come to the space of unclutching and recharge yourself. Live with that energy.
So when we, for example, when we are driving the car, just for understanding the deepest sacred secrets, when we change the gears while driving a car, whether we change from first to second or second to third, or any gear for that matter, we have to pass through neutral every time. Same way, we have to completely depress the clutch or unclutch. Move through neutral, and then only we can go to the next gear. And exactly the same way, we experience a neutral space between any two thoughts in our mind. That neutral space, that silence that exists between two thoughts is peace and bliss. So when you suddenly become aware of any thought that flows in front of you, your life for that moment, at that moment, you start giving attention to it, either to fulfill it or to escape it. Now, at this moment, let us be very clear. Every moment that passes in your life without you being aware of it, without your presence, without your awareness, is suffering. You will directly or indirectly create situations of suffering. A very short, small story. Once a man got into his car and started the engine. He flipped on the turn indicator and asked his son to see if the light blinked in the rear of the car. His son shouted back, "Yes, it's on." "No, it's not on." "Yes, it's on." "No, it's off." "Now it's on." If you just see the thought flow in front of you, suddenly you will realize, oh God, all these things are actually going on in me. I don't have a clue whether I'm heading, where I'm heading. I don't know what is happening to me. And we are not aware, but constantly you believe you are aware. That is the first illusion. If you become aware continuously, you are open up to reality, and there is no linear connection between one thought that we have and another thought that we have. The only relationship between the thoughts is that they come from the same source, but we constantly connect one thought and the next thought in a linear manner.
So just as the bubble in the fish tank rises from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. So when one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts, and then the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at a very high speed, they look like a continuous stream. Actually, there is always a gap between the two bubbles. So through this, what we are trying to understand as we are looking into that the unclutching is the space where all our karma melts. So we are trying to understand what this unclutching is, what exactly this space is. So understand, when we look into our thoughts, all of us feel that there is a continuous thinking is happening. So one thought, the multiple thoughts that are happening, each following thought is connected to the preceding thought. And that's what we think, that my thinking is very organized. We think that our thinking is organized. The thinking that is going on is very, very logical. That's what we all believe. But what Swami is saying, that the thought that is happening within us, it's like a continuous stream that is happening. You can correlate with the bubbles within a fish tank, or you can correlate it with the vehicle indicator. So the indicator is it's getting on, off, on, off, on, off. It's not continuous on. The stream, and the similar way, the fish tank, the bubble that is coming, it's not a continuous stream, but one by one, all of them are originating from the same source, but they are not connected. They are completely independent, unconnected from each other. And that is what our thoughts are. Every thought that we are having are completely independent. They look connected, or we are able to connect, or we do connect because of our incompletions, our unawareness, because we are not that much aware. That's why we feel that our thoughts are so connected. So just like the bubble we experience, and just like that, even when you look at the indicator, that is the nature of indicator. That is how it is designed. It will be continuously getting on, off, on, off, on, off. So same way, there is always a space where the light is not on. There is a time, it on, off, on. So between two on, it is off. The same way between the two thoughts, there is a neutral space when there is no thoughts are happening. It may be for microsecond, millisecond, or whatever duration, but there is a space when there is no thought at all happening. So between the two thoughts, there is always a space of no thought zone, and that is what we call as the space of unclutching. Okay. So between the same way, between the incoming breath and the outgoing breath, there is a neutral space, and our identity exists in incoming and outgoing breathing space. Constantly we connect and see that we are connected when we are aware of our breath, but in the gap of the neutral space, our identity does not exist. So Swami is defining the space of no thoughts, the neutral zone. And that is the zone where our identity ceases to exist. It does not exist. And that is the space where there is no thought also. So now let us listen the truths, more elaborate truths, powerful cognitions from Swamiji on this subject matter, so that we can have more deeper understanding and get into the space of unclutching. So just give me a few moments.
Karma means functioning only on your center. When the expressions happen, not looking at that expressions from the center of the nature or outside you. Freedom from working just on your center is liberation. Discrimination means when you function, see the expression from other than your perspective. See the outcome from other than your perspective. Understand? See the perspective, see the expression from other than your perspective. Discrimination is not just a path for wealth or excellence. It's a straight path for very enlightenment itself. See, when you constantly discriminate and retain yourself in awareness, even every day-to-day life becomes more juicy. It will not just be newsy. Understand, when your life is not juicy, you always wait to make it as newsy. Why do people sit 24 hours on the channels which are spreading so much of lies and rumors, scandals? Because their own life is not juicy. They just want to make it juicy by newsy. Trying to know about others, trying constantly to gather news information about others is the perversion. A non-discriminative person will be constantly restless. He doesn't know what he is doing. Everybody wants freedom from afflictions and karmas. But nobody wants to do what needs to be done for that. Everybody thinks somehow by supernatural something will happen. Even supernatural is not supernatural. It is natural for Superman. It is supernatural for man, but it is natural for Superman. For somebody it is natural. So if you want to have supernatural in your life, you need to enter into the Superman state so that it becomes natural. Don't wait for life to happen to you. You make the life happen. If you are just waiting for the life to happen, it's never going to happen. Everybody wants freedom from afflictions and karmas, but nobody works for it. Everything, even what you think as supernatural, happens only by a proper natural formula. Till you discover what is happening behind the screen, behind the scene, you think it is supernatural. Let me enter into today's satsang. 171st Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, 4th chapter, 9th verse. The subject: what is karma cycle? Please understand, I am reading the sutra. Jati, desa, kala, vyavahitanam api antaryam smruti sanskarayoho ekarupatvat. Swami Sachidananda translates as, although desires are separated from their fulfillments by class, space and time, they have an uninterrupted relationship because the impressions of desires and memories of them are identical. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, because of our memory of past tendencies, the chain of cause and effect is not broken by the change of space or time. Swami Sachidananda translates as, although desires are separated from their fulfillments by class, space and time, they have an uninterrupted relationship because the impressions of desires and memories of them are identical. Bhagavan Osho translates as, because memories and impressions retain the same form, the relationship of cause and effect continues even though separated by class, locality and time. I can say another one big breakthrough Patanjali gives through the sutra. Let me give you the basic understanding. Then I lead you to step by step each sacred secret on the sutra. First thing you need to understand through the sutra is memory and the experience you go through during the actual action. For example, you eating certain sweet, or you sitting and visualizing that you are eating certain sweet, both are creating same equivalent effect on your system. First truth. Please understand. There are hundreds of scientific studies now proving this truth. This truth does not need to be believed as a religious concept. No, it is a scientifically proved fact, truth. If you are tasting certain sweet or sitting and visualizing that you are tasting certain sweet, both the action or the memory creates same reaction in your brain. It's really shocking or disturbing, whatever you wanted to say, but this is the case. Many studies, deep, thorough studies prove the action and the impression creates the same reaction in your brain. It's a very important understanding, because many times we consider the remembrance, memory, fantasizing, visualization as small thing, simple thing. It is not. It is not, I tell you. The second simple plain understanding you need to get from this sutra is whether you are in this body or in this form, or your body is going to change, or you are going to keep your body in a different place, in different time. The cause and effect, the action and impression, this connection is going to continue till you break that. Please understand. For example, you feel suffocated in certain atmosphere with certain people at certain time. Patanjali says, time, place, even the very species, please understand, very species, even if these three changes, I'll give you an example. For example, you feel suffocated in your relationship, marriage or family. So you try to change the time. You decide in the future you will not be with those people. But the habit of responding in certain way to certain situations and creating certain situations constantly in your life is going to be your lifestyle. Same way, if you change the place, oh, only in India I am creating the same disturbance for myself. Let me go to some other country. No. Samskaras come with you without having any pack and shift courier organizations. You don't need any pack and shift organization. They just follow you. And the third is a very important revelation. Even if the species changes, means when you were in the fish body, you fought with your partner fish and diversed. Even if you become pig, it is going to continue. Even if you become buffalo, that attitude is going to continue. Even if you become a human being, that habit is going to continue. Maybe when you are in the fish body, you don't need to go to court. You just move away. When you are in the human body, you may need to go to court. Patanjali is very clear whether it is time. Sometime you think, oh, only with this wife I broke my relationship. In future, next time I will not do it. No. Time is not going to heal. We have a very wrong understanding. Time is the greatest healer. No. Time can make you forget. It cannot heal. Forgetting the samskara is not healing the samskara. Because anything forgotten is like a sleeping volcano. No, is always dangerous more than dead volcano. Because in dead volcano or alive volcano, if it is alive, you know it is alive. But if it is sleeping, you neither know it is alive nor you feel, or you at least sometimes you feel it may be dead. You think it is dead. It is not. The sleeping volcano is dangerous. Same way, forgotten engram but not may take away the memory. The time you may not constantly remember that engram and suffer in guilt. That does not mean you are out of that problem. Time does not heal. Second, space, place does not heal. Understand? Many people ask me, what is this, Swamiji? In Hindu tradition, we have so many gods, goddesses who are fighting with each other, who go through so many difficult problems, all kinds of disturbances. It's very bad. I tell you, please understand, the Hindu tradition very clearly says, till the ultimate enlightenment, even the Indra, why Indra, including Brahma, comes back again and again, takes more and more births. Understand this. Changing time, changing space does not heal. For example, if you are in an ordinary world, in this world, you are fighting for your alcohol and women. If you go to Swarga, Indraloka, because of some good deeds you did, again there also you will be fighting for Somarasa and Ramba, that's all. The fighting is not going to change. In those days, in India, people used to sit on the floor, have a leaf and eat with the hand. Now, they sit on the dining table, have a plate, eat in spoon. These outer things have changed, but they have to eat only with mouth. That cannot be changed. Same way, in this sloka, he may be fighting for women and alcohol. If he does some good act, he may go to little higher lokas, like Indra Loka, Chandra Loka. But there also, he will be fighting for Somarasa and Ramba. The fighting does not change. That is why I am telling you, till you unclutch and get into that ultimate state of enlightenment, samadhi. You can't rest in peace. You can't feel you achieved something. Through the sutra, Patanjali wants all of us, don't just feel complete or satisfied. Samindraloga, Chandraloga and all. The ultimate truth is unclutch till the last engram is. Unclutch till the last engram. Let's get into the sutra little more detailed way. Understanding of the sutra will lead to a clarification on many questions and doubts you carry. Please understand. Whether it is related to wealth or infrastructure or the knowledge, whatever you are carrying, be very clear, it is not going to be lost till you unclutch. So from this, one good side is, you don't need to be afraid. If you are a rich man in this Janma, you don't need to be afraid. Next Janma, will I become poor fellow? Will I be born as poor guy? No, don't worry. If you are rich now, you are going to be rich next Janma also. You may think, no, I have done many sins. I swindled many persons' wealth. So maybe as a punishment, I will be born as a poor fellow next time. No. You will be born as a rich person, and all the tortures and sufferings, punishment related to rich man, you will go through. Understand? So one good side is, you will not be losing many things which you are having. Good things. One bad side is, the same mental setup with which you are suffering now, you are going to be suffering then also. Only if you go through this again and again and again and tired, bored, oh God, how many times the same fight? How many times the same tiredness? Very beautiful description from one of the great Siddha, Pulippani, in his poems. I am just sitting and going through some of the Pulippani's writings. If you have read my biography, you know that I am fortunate to take birth in the same family of Pulippani, one of the great enlightened master. He says very beautifully how the human mind works. First, you take birth, you catch some people. Hey, she is my wife, he is my son, he is my brother, he is my daughter, she is my sister. You catch few people around you and you keep them all around you and play some games. My daughter should behave like this. My father should behave like this. My son should behave like this. My brother should behave like this. Sometimes they behave as you want. Then you say, play is going good, great. Sometimes they don't play as you want. Then you say, oh, life is sad, it's too bad. And you catch some place, land. This is my land. This is my boundary. All this goes on. Suddenly one day you die. And then again you take birth and catch some people. She is my mother, she is my father, she is my brother, she is my sister. I am this, I am this, I am committed to these people, they are committed to me this way. All this you create. And then, and you catch some place and everything. Up when you start the play again, suddenly Yama comes and takes you away. You are dead. And once more, start the game. understand, if you are intelligent enough to live in this birth, commitment-free life, I can say at least you are 100 birth senior to any person who lives committed life. Please understand. Maturity of the soul is dependent on how your inner space is free from commitments. Please understand. I am not talking about the divorces you do because of the hatred with each other, fight with each other. No. From the beginning, the conscious clarity you have about commitment. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, a failed sannyasi is 100 times more than a successful grihastha. I used to feel, how can this be? Seems to be too fanatic. But nothing can be done. Ramakrishna is not even a sannyasi, he is a grihastha. He lived a very beautiful, amazing, committed life with Sharada Devi. You will be surprised, a pujari who receives 7 rupee salary has made 300 sovereign jewelry for the wife. Please understand, 300 sovereign, not 300 gram. 300 sovereign jewelry. His whole monthly salary is only 7 rupee. And he doesn't even touch that. But he made 300 sovereign jewelry. Still it is there. If you go to Belur Math, you can see in display the big bangles. And not only that, it is not that the money was there in a corner. He told some relative, please go and buy jewelry for Sharada Devi. He told Sharada Devi, you buy jewelry and wear. No. He will call the goldsmith and he will give the design. The bangle Sharada Devi is wearing, the goldsmith was asking, this design, I am a 50-year experienced goldsmith. I have never seen this design anywhere in market. How did you design this? Ramakrishna says, no, when I saw Sita Devi in darshan, she was wearing this bangle. When I saw her in the darshan, she was wearing this. So there is a record with a coal piece, the village charcoal piece. He has drawn and made the goldsmith understand and told, make like this. So each jewelry she was wearing, he designed personally. You can't say he is a sannyasi, he lived a perfect grihastha life. But he says very clearly, a failed sannyasi is 100 times better than a successful grihastha. Of course, you can't compare his actions. He is beyond grihastha and sannyas. Through this saying, he means the maturity of the soul which decides from the beginning the futility of the committed relationships and realizes to live in freedom is the highest maturity. It comes at least after 100 beatings, strong beatings you go through with the so-called relationships. Whether it is a wealth or relationships or infrastructure, anything, till you unclutch, till you are out of the connection between the desire and action. Please understand. The connection between the desire and action is too strong, and Patanjali reminds us both of them carry same form. Means Till the very seed is burnt in you, even if there is no action, you will go on be attracting the situations which is conducive for action. Situations conducive for action is nothing but delayed action. See, when the situation is too conducive for certain action, simply the action will happen. That is why I am creating a situation conducive for enlightenment. I tell you, nothing else is required. Just somehow manage to be inside. With all the process, simply the action will happen. You see, when there is a conducive action, conducive situation for every day morning, 5 o'clock Suprabhatam goes on, and the Akada is waiting, all your colleagues and teammates are doing, then the Vaidya Sarovar is waiting, and Rajya Sabha is waiting, and I am sitting here giving all the possible opportunity for the highest understandings to happen. When there is a conducive atmosphere, simply the action happens. How long you can resist the Akada? How long you can resist Vaidya Sarovar? For 2-3 days you can cheat saying, oh, I have back pain, I have fever. After that, simply it has to happen. Same way, when I am creating an intense heat for enlightenment, how long you can say, I have this, I have that, I have that? It has to catch you. You have to catch it. Whether it is hot or cold or smelly or dirty, somehow if you manage to hold on to the train, you will reach the place. Sometimes it is windy, sometimes it is breezy, sometimes it is little suffocating. Situation, the ambience is very important. If I have to condense in one word the sacred secret from the sutra, is unclutching with perseverance. Unclutching with perseverance. Constantly your mind will give you the desire. Let me change the place. Let me change the situation. Let me change the time. Sometime your mind even says, let me leave this body and take up another one body. The situation will change. No. This sutra very clearly says, suicide is not answer. Neither changing the place nor waiting the time will heal or suicide is answer for life, solution for life, way for enlightenment, way for freedom, way for liberation, way for the ultimate. Understand? When you are having some problem, if you are just free of that problem, you think that's the solution. But you can never be free of any problem, any suffocation by these three: time, place, or changing your specie. Changing your specie means suicide. All these three is not going to free you, not going to help you. Patanjali is very clear. Let me read out that sutra word by word. Jati means genus, species. Desha, locus, place, space. Kala, time. Vyavahitanam, api, anantaryam, smriti samskarayoho, ekarupatvat. Do not try to experience freedom even from simple.
So Nithyananda everyone. So we had a very beautiful and powerful session on understanding the samskaras. I'll say that one of our nature, as a human being, that we always try to escape from something. We feel that if I run away from the situations, if I run away from the time or something, that happens, I will be able to save myself from what I'm going through. But we need to understand most of the things that we go through in our life, which puts us in powerless or unease with who we are. Those are the incompletions, the samskaras or the karma which is sitting inside. Unless we complete with them, unless we bring completion with them, there is no escape anywhere in this whole universe. Wherever we go, we have to face it. Here I'll be facing in some form. When I move from other place, I'll be facing it in the some other form. Like how Swamiji gave the example. Like if you have an habit, of having alcohol and womanizing. See, even if you go to the Swargaloka, you will be getting caught into the habit of Somarasa and the Menaka and Ramba. So it's not that just because you change the Loka, you are going to get free from it. But unless you actually focus on completion, you are not going to get free from it. Do whatever you may. So ultimately, we come to this conclusion that we must work for completion. Okay. So now we'll move to the next part where we are going to be looking into how to bring completion. Sorry, how to experience the space of unclutching. So we are going to go through a very powerful meditation technique. It's a meditation technique for getting into the space of unclutching. So I request all of you to please sit straight. I'll be projecting the step-by-step guided steps, but at the same time, I'll also be guiding you into each of these steps. So all of you please sit straight. So we are going to, as we are looking into that, between the two thoughts, there is a neutral zone. And between the two breathing that happens, whether inhalation and exhalation or exhalation and inhalation, there is a space of neutral zone. And that is the space where your identity, means our identity, do not exist. That is the zone of unclutching. So we are going to practice this meditation to experience that zone. All of you please sit straight. So close your eyes and sit straight. For the first few moments, inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. I have seen the few comments from the participant. I'll take it. Maybe I can actually answer it immediately. And that is to Ma Satya Srinivas. Ma Satya Srinivas, actually the power manifestation where we do the consciousness over matter. That power is meant for changing the other's mind also. So if you continuously practice that and manifest that power, you'll be able to move the other person also. So that is the power manifestation for that one. So please practice that consciousness over matter. So you can practice with yourself. You practice keeping it somebody else's hand. You practice it keeping on some gadgets, and then you practice it keeping on the ground. So more and more levels you move ahead, you are going to manifest it more intensely. But that is the power to move other person. Okay. So with that, all of you please sit straight and please inhale and exhale as deeply as possible, means as long you can take it. Just go on taking, feel Not just you are feeling your lungs, you are feeling your stomach, you are breathing up to the toe. So take as long and that becomes as deep as you can inhale, and while you are exhaling also exhale as much as possible. Feel that you are exhaling all the carbon dioxide from all parts of your body. After a few moments of inhalation and exhalation, I'll continue to play the meditation music also. I request all the participants to please continue breathing. Means inhaling and exhaling as deep as possible. Slowly start witnessing only the incoming breath. Do not bother about the outgoing breath or the neutral space. Just witness the incoming breath first. So do not bother about the exhalation. Do not bother about the neutral space. Just bring your awareness to the inhalation, the breath that is going in, the incoming breath. So just start witnessing the incoming breath. Do not bother about anything else. Please continue this for a few moments. I'll continue to guide you when you need to move to the next step. So without bothering about anything, please continue to be aware of your incoming breath. start witnessing the outgoing breath. Slowly start witnessing only the outgoing breath. Forget about the incoming breath or the neutral space. Just witness and be aware of only outgoing breath. So this is the next step, and as of now, you all were witnessing the incoming breath. Now you are going to witness only outgoing breath. No incoming breath, no witnessing the neutral zone. Just witness the outgoing breath. Please continue. Now, slowly, very slowly, be aware of both the neutral spaces. When your incoming breath turns into outgoing breath, and when your outgoing breath turns into the incoming breath, be aware of both the neutral spaces alone. So in this step, you are only going to be aware of the neutral spaces, and we have two neutral spaces. When incoming breath turns into the outgoing breath, and when the outgoing breath turns into the incoming breath, be aware of both the neutral spaces. Just be aware of the neutral spaces and not the incoming breath or the outgoing breath. Please continue. So now, be aware of the incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath, and the neutral space. Be completely aware of both the breathing, the inhalation and exhalation, and both the neutral spaces, the neutral space, when the incoming breath turns into outgoing breath, and when the outgoing breath turns into the incoming breath. Be unclutched. Whatever thought comes in your mind, do not connect it to anything. Do not even think that you are thinking. Even that idea comes because we connect our thoughts. Everything, every single thought is independent. So do not connect them and create one more thought that you are thinking. Let the independent thoughts and the bubbles rise and fall. Let the independent thoughts come and go. Do not connect them and think that you are thinking. Be in the unclutched space. If they come, let them come. If they go, let them go. Your idea that you are thinking is a lie. Unclutch from this thought also that you are thinking. Please continue.
relax. Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes and relax from your mind. Let go. Be unclutched. Be liberated. You can open your eyes and relax.
So all the participants, please relax now. I see that all of you have participated into this meditation technique to experience the space of unclutching. Now please be in that space and let's enter into the power manifestation. From the space of unclutching, let's do this round of power manifestation. So in this round, we are going to reduce the weight of an object through a look and through the distance. So similar to the previous round, both of you can partner, all of you can partner with each other. Keep an object. This time it's not required that you keep it on your hand, but you can keep it on your hand also. But this time you have to keep it in front of the camera. It should be visible. You can actually do by yourself also. In this round, the partnering is not required. You can keep the object at far away distance. And through the look, you are going to reduce the weight of the object. So you can do by yourself also. So let's get ready for the power manifestation. So Satya Srinivas is sharing her experience. Thank you for sharing your experience, Ma. In this inhaling, I felt ice air enter my mouth. In the exhaling, I felt someone take out from my head and put it back. Okay, earring. Okay, great. So all the participants, please start. Please sit straight. Keep the object away from you and take the weight measurement. Let's start the power manifestation. All of you please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in one line. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye and chant Mahavakya. Chant intensely and loudly. Look at the object through your third eye and give the command to reduce the weight of that object. Please start the power manifestation. So all the participants, please relax now. Please open your eyes. So now it's time to take the measurement of the object you are doing power manifestation with. So please take the measurement and share your experience of power manifestation, experience and result of power manifestation. In last round, all of you successfully manifested the power of reducing the weight of object from your partner hand. Also, let's get ready for the next segment. Till you take the measurement and write down your experience of power manifestation, let's get ready for the next session. We'll have a few moments. My earring has increased in size. Great. So in last round, you reduced it, and in this round, you increased the size. That's great. Yes, Maralita is saying, yes, it changed. Great. Okay. So let's get ready. We'll be moving to Vishwanathan is also able to decrease. Great. Ma Parameshwari, are you there? Okay, you are there. Okay. So let's get ready and we'll move to the next segment. We'll have another Acharya who will be joining for the session. So we'll have a short break. Thank you everyone for being with us.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda. We welcome all the participants and all the viewers who have joined us today on this exciting day of Paramashivoham Level 2. So, moving on to the next segment, we have another section where we'll be receiving the powerful cognition from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And this section is going to be on surrender, the technology of surrender. Surrender itself is a science, is a technology, which if we implement in our life, it has the power to transform our very life itself. Now we'll see how this happens and what is the power of surrender as Swamiji reveals. So Swamiji says, the idea that you have of yourself has no base. What you may think of as you. So whatever you may think of as you, it really has no base. And here Swamiji is really explaining to us how to stop incurring karma in our lives. He is giving us the key how to stop incurring karma. So he explains that whatever idea you may have of you, it really has no basis in itself. You are not who you think you are. It is a well-known science that of the trillions of cells in our body-mind system, millions of cells die each day and millions of cells are reborn. After a few years, there isn't a single cell in our body which existed 2 years earlier. Every single entity in the body is new. This means that there is really no constant I as we imagine, yet we carry that label proudly. So each and every cell in our body is reborn, is rejuvenated after 2 years. So after 2 years, even what we know as our body is not even there anymore. It is a completely new, overhauled, rejuvenated system. Each and every cell has been replaced by a new, fresh cell. So who is this I we are talking about? If we constantly talk about this body as I, our body itself is not a constant. After a few years, the whole body is rejuvenated. Each and every cell is rejuvenated. But still we carry on this idea of I, which we associate with the body and label it as I. All we are is a bunch of memories, root patterns, collectively known as samskaras. It's just a bunch of root patterns and memories that we carry within us that we associate with as the I. Our root patterns define us. Our root patterns rule us and make decisions for us. That is what this I is all about. So this pattern of existence, how we are existing, how even we are shaping our body in the same pattern, guided by the root pattern, that is the samskaras which we are carrying within. That is what defines this I we are carrying. Otherwise, if we talk about the body, our mind, nothing remains after a few years. There is no constant. Everything is replaced. Only this pattern which we are continuously carrying, that is what defines our identity. Now the question is how to stop incurring this, how to stop incurring karma, right? So you can happily continue your normal life, but drop your attachments, fantasies, speculations, greed, and fear. about the past or the future. So you need not renounce what you already have. All you need to do is to achieve, all you need to do to achieve the space of completion is to renounce what you do not have. So all these attachments, fantasies, speculations, greed, fear about the past and or the future, all of these is only what we need to renounce and not something which we already have. When we complete with our root thought patterns and give up our possessions and attachment to possessions, we feel liberation. We are liberated.
Now, Bhagavan Krishna says that one who is not concerned about the fruits of his actions has truly renounced. Attachment to action and to the results of actions creates more and more desires. And even when an action has been completed and the expected result is achieved, as long as one is attached to that action and its result, another desire crops up. So this cycle never ends. Even when one desire is fulfilled, another unfulfilled desire rises. This is a consistent sequence of incompletion from one desire to the next, from unfulfillment to more unfulfillment. And this is what is karma. Now, karma is nothing but unfulfilled, incomplete desires. As long as we have attachment to the action and we feel that we are the doer of the action, which in turns create expectation or reward or punishment, then we are called in the cycle of karma, also called as samsara. So now Bhagavan Krishna lists 5 factors from the Sankhya philosophy responsible for our activities. These are, the first is the body-mind system, and the second is the operator of this body-mind system, us. The third is the senses through which we perceive. And the fourth is the different efforts causing the activities. And finally, the fifth is the ultimate power of the divine. So these are the 5 factors responsible for whatever we do. Now, all activities, right or wrong, good or bad, are caused by these 5 factors. So everything in our life can be traced back to each one of these 5 factors. If, however, the individual considers himself to be the doer, his body and mind, then he is not aware. So it's important to realize that we are not the doers. In this philosophy now, Sri Krishna concludes that while philosophical discussion mentions 5 players in all activities, ultimately, finally, the ultimate controller of all is the divine. We are immersed in our body, mind, spirit system and caught in our sensory perception and believe that we are the power behind all that we do. So once again here, it's really about this false identification and with the sensory perception and this narrow, erroneous identity that we have. It is this wrong belief that entangles us into this karma. This is what is the source of the karma in our life.
Yes. And Bhagavan says, whatever you may understand as yourself, your body, mind, spirit system, is the totality of many things. And individually, each is responsible for something. In spite of this, you think that you are responsible for the whole thing. That is where the trouble starts. You think that you are responsible and you are the doer who is making things happen. No. Whatever we may think as us, ultimately it is the body, mind, spirit. All these various constituents, that the interplay between all these, that is seen as whatever the activities that are happening. But it is because of our false association with these things and labeling them as I, as my identity, we start thinking that it is because of us that it is happening. Bhagwan Krishna gives the technology for the deeper levels of surrender. There are 3 levels of surrender. The first is intellectual surrender. This means you accept that the Guru's intellect is sharper than your intellect. His intellect is of a higher order than yours. This is intellectual surrender. And at the intellectual level, at the intellectual layer, the surrender starts happening. You start cognizing that the Guru's intellect is higher than yours, his understanding is higher than yours, his intelligence is much sharper than yours. That is what is known as the intellectual surrender. This is the first level of surrender, which Bhagavan is teaching us. Now, next is emotional surrender. This is trusting that the Guru's guidance on the emotional plane is more intelligent than your emotions. So at this level of surrender, we start going beyond our emotional ups and downs, our emotional colors, so to speak of, and we start trusting Guru's emotions or Guru's words beyond our emotions, right? So whatever signals our emotions are giving us, more than that, we start trusting the Guru. That is what is known as the emotional surrender. At the emotional plane, we start surrendering to the Master. We start surrendering to the Guru. Now, what is the third level of surrender? The third is surrendering the senses, your cognition or the root of cognition itself. How you cognize the reality, how you process the information, and then respond to that information. That, the cognition process, involving the senses, you surrender all of that to the Guru. That is the third level of surrender. The deeper level of surrender. This is the level of the senses. The surrender of the senses means that your senses listen to what he says, not what you say. So when you surrender all your senses to your Guru, they become bound by his will, by his desires, not by yours. This is the third and the deepest layer of surrender. That is the surrender of the senses. Once a disciple asked his Guru, "Why should I surrender?" The Guru asked, "How do you know whatever you think you know about yourself?" The disciple replied, "I know myself through my senses." The Guru asked, "Who do you think you are according to your senses?" The disciple said, "As far as I know, I am the body and the mind." His Guru responded, "You are divine, not just the body and the mind." The Guru said, "Only when you surrender your senses will you realize the truth of what I am saying. The moment you trust me more than your senses, you experience that you are divine. You then understand the meaning of Tat Tvam as literally you are that, meaning you are divine. So you will understand and you will realize the divinity within you only after you surrender your senses to your Guru. Because till then, your senses will continuously keep on giving these signals to you that you are only the body and the mind, and we'll start cognizing the reality only that way, labeling our identity to whatever our body and mind, basically our senses are saying. When we surrender these senses themselves to our Guru, we start realizing the true nature of our being, that is the divine, the ultimate consciousness itself. The Guru again and again tries to show that you are divine. That is what the Guru's job is, that is what the Guru's responsibility is. And only through this key of surrendering our very senses to the Guru is able to transmit that experience to us that we are indeed divine.
So the Guru stands for the idea that you are the infinite, and he shows you various dimensions of your inner self that you have not explored or experienced. He shows you so many dimensions of your being that were unknown even to yourself. And the Guru stands for your multi-dimensional being. He tries to show that it is possible. He shows that if it is possible for him, then it is possible for you also. Swamiji always says that he never declares that he is God for his own glory, but to remind ourselves that we are God as well. So as long as you believe your senses, you think that you are the body and mind. When you trust the Guru more than your senses, then you will understand that the Guru's words are the truth and not your senses. Because ultimately, our senses never show us the reality as it is. We always perceive only a fragment of the reality, that too influenced and polluted by our beliefs, thoughts, and so on. So, two voices are speaking from two different levels. On the one hand, your senses tell you that you are the body and mind, while on the other hand, the Guru tells you that you are divine and you have many dimensions to your being. So in the inner world, the first and the last tool you need is complete surrender. You can experience the consciousness of Krishna not just by surrendering the intellect and surrendering the emotions, but also by surrendering the root of the intellect and emotions, and that root is the senses. That is why it's so important that we learn how to surrender our senses. Now, there's a beautiful verse in Tamil that says, when you give your I and mind, your sense of I and your sense of mind to the existence, Parashakti, she or the existence she will be giving her own I and mind to you. So by surrendering your own sense of I and mind to Parashakti, you will in return gain her own I and mind. And it's like both bank accounts will merge and become one. Now, Manikava Sagar, the great enlightened guru, sings a beautiful Tamil song to Shankara, so Lord Shiva. And he says, I gave myself to you and received you in return. Who benefited most from this bargain? Who is more intelligent? O Shankara. In surrender, you have nothing to lose and you have everything to gain. Unlike we most of the time believe, as we said before, in fact, we can never lose, and we do not need to lose what we already have. We just need to surrender what we do not have. And surrendering does not mean giving up everything. It does not mean giving up your property. You can keep everything, however, take care that you do not internalize them, that you should not allow your properties, your possessions, relationships to occupy your inner space and start dictating your reality and start becoming part of your identity, what you believe as yourself. This should not happen. So do not judge yourself based on your properties, because you will end up creating a wrong identity, which is not who you really are. Do not judge yourself based on your bank balance either. Do not judge yourself based on your relationships or on your name and fame. Do not judge yourself based on the friends you have, because you are greater than all these things put together. As long as you judge yourself based on these things, which is what most of us have been taught in the society as we grow up, we always measure ourselves based on these things. And by comparing ourselves with others and measuring who has the more and who is better, and so we build a strong identity based on all these things. But as long as you judge yourself based on these things, you internalize these into your being, and these become the central points in your life, and in turn they push and pull you in all directions. And this is the source of the suffering that we experience, and this is the true karma that we face.
Yes. Swami is saying, understand that you are something beyond these things. Whatever we associate our identity with, right? Name and fame, our immediate maybe family, friends, our career, our bank balance, our property, even our way of organizing the world, our ideology, so to speak, or our religion, whatever it is, all of this, we are beyond any of these things. And the moment you wake up to this truth, you will not allow yourself to be put into any frame based upon all these various aspects like bank balance, relationships, attitude, or name and fame. These things cannot be used to judge you. You will not be bound by any of these things. So any of these things, whenever they change in your life, you will not be affected. Otherwise, if you identify with yourself with these things, the change that happens in our life will naturally get affected by it, because you have bound yourself to these things, right? If the name and the fame goes, you fall into depression. But understanding and realizing that you are beyond any of these. So if they come, if they go, if they're there, if they're not there, you will be completely unaffected by these things. So let's now watch a short clip by Swamiji, and we'll be taking us into deeper understanding about this aspect of surrender and going beyond this limited frame and the limited identity that we delude ourselves into believing as to who we are. So let's listen in to what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revealing now.
Let Paramashiva open the space of KAILASA to all of us. Let Paramashiva manifest in all of us. Surrender your form into Paramashiva's form. See clearly Paramashiva Sutta Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, supernal effulgence, 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, Manonmani Parashakti seated in his lap. Surrender your form into his form. Surrender your name into his name. Surrender your consciousness into his consciousness. Let Paramashiva alone radiate ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् शिव शृणुत ब्राह्मणाः सर्वे गुह्यात् गुह्यतरं परम् अस्ति मेरोरुतक्भागे महाकैलासपर्वतः साम्बस्य सगुणस्यायम् सभक्तस्येन्दुमौलिनः संवासे योजनानां च विंशत्कोटिभिरायतः दौहत्यमेतद्विगुणम् अस्य ज्ञेयं द्विजोत्तमाः नवरत्नमयं तस्य मध्ये शिखरमुत्तमम् तत्रालयं महेशस्य नानारत्नविचित्रितम् प्राकारकोपुराट्टाल वलयीभिर्विराजितम् तथा सिंहासने तत्र महान् शम्भुः सदाशिवः प्रफुल्लकमलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखज्ज्वलः कृतनानायुयोद्भासी पञ्चाशत्करमण्डितः प्रफुल्लरक्ताम्बुजाट्ट श्रीनाभ्यां श्रीयुगपाज्ज्वलः विचित्ररत्नखचितः भूषणैरभिभूषितः अनेककोटिसूर्याभः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यदो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गङ्गाश्रयजटाजूट चन्द्ररेखाविभूषितः भस्मोद्धूलितसर्वाङ्ग व्यालयज्ञोपवीतवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याघ्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिवक्त्रं त्रिनयनः भक्तसर्वार्थसिद्धितः प्रचार्य दक्षिणं पादं कुञ्चयित्वेदरं पदम् अभयं शक्रशूले च गङ्गपाणौ गदाम्बुजे कट्कतोमरशक्तिश्च परशुप्रासपञ्जपान् अलङ्गुसाक्षमालाश्च शुरिकान्द्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुन्तास्तिदंष्ट्राश्च क्रगञ्च पिन्दिपालकम् पञ्चविंशतिभिर्हस्तैः ततानो दक्षिणैश्चुबैः वरचावौ मृगं चङ्गम् एडपासपरश्वतान् मुत्करं डमरुगं कण्ठाम् रुद्रवीणां च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डकट्वाङ्गः कुशुण्डिपरिधानपि पलगं पट्टसंवेत्रम् कमण्डलूहुतासनौ कर्तरीं मुसलं पिच्छम् पिप्रत्वामैस्तथाकरैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयम् राजते तत्र पर्वतः surrender your form into his form. Surrender your name into his name. Surrender your being into his being. Surrender your consciousness into his consciousness. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Srishti Srishti, Sthiti Srishti, Samhara Srishti, Prabhava Srishti, Anugraha Srishti, Srishti Sthitihi, Sthiti Sthitihi, Samhara Sthitihi, Prabhava Sthitihi, Anugraha Sthitihi, Srishti Samharaha, Sthiti Samharaha, Samhara Samharaha, Prabhava Samharaha, Anugraha Samharaha, Srishti Prabhavaha, Sthiti Prabhavaha, Samhara Prabhavaha, Prabhava Prabhavaha, Anugraha Prabhavaha, Srishti Anugraha, Sthiti Anugraha, Samhara Anugraha, Prabhava Anugraha, Anugraha Anugraha. All these faces of Paramashiva manifest and bless all of us. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. If you are my disciple, what I am doing now to you is Shaktipada. What you go through now will be Shaktipada. Listen. Every time when I surrendered to my Guru, I felt my surrender to my Guru empowered me, not him. He did not get empowered, or he did not get any power over me. I got empowered. Actually, I got the power over him. And I got empowered. When I became his puppet, I became the most powerful Parameshwara. I did not lose anything. I only gained everything. I tell you, when I started realizing this, my surrender became intense. My surrender became intense. Understand this. When I realized, my surrender became intense. If you feel your surrender empowers your Guru, you are stupid, foolish, brainwashed by the communist Naxal ideas. If you realize your surrender empowers you, I tell you, if you realize your surrender empowers you, your surrender gets more and more intense, and the higher realities opens for you. See, when you melt down just by listening to me, just now, if your whole being melts down, and sit with me how I used to sit with my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, your breathing and my breathing will become one and the same. And along with my breathing, I can carry you to KAILASA and reveal all these realities into you, to you. This Shaktipada is the only way the enlightenment can be transmitted. I come and sit every day, day in and day out. We have video record for last 20 years. But before that, at least 6-7 years, we don't have a continuous video audio records, but I used to continuously do this. Whoever comes in front of me, whoever I can reach, I will go on be sharing and teaching, giving. For some people, to the intellectual level, jnana level, they will receive. Some people will receive vijnana, kind of a little more than knowledge, an experience glimpse. For some people, it gets transmitted as Shaktipada. For some people, it gets established in them permanently. So listen, you can choose any way you want. You can choose any way you want. I will go on be sharing. I'll go on be sharing. It's already 26 years over.
Yes. Now, with these profound revelations on the science of surrender, we'll be getting into an internalization exercise, and we'll be reflecting on everything that we have learned so far on this topic of surrender and how not to get attached or get identified to possessions, relationships, and all these different dimensions of our lives. So I invite all of you now to take your pen and paper. I'll be reading out the assignment for you all. Now, what we are going to be doing for the next 10 minutes or so, you're going to be internalizing within yourself, bring awareness within yourself, and be complete with the truth that you are something greater than anything you can possibly possess. I repeat, within yourself, be aware and be complete that you are something greater than anything you can possibly possess. So now we can make this, we can go into a bit more of details. You can recollect when we mention anything that you can possibly possess. Maybe you can list down all the major dimensions of your life, the things that you feel are very important to you and that you are closely identified with. It could be your relationships, even your mind, different qualities that you feel are that define you very much, or it could be your wealth. So take a closer look into all these dimensions of your life and contemplate on this truth that all of these are not you, but your true identity, your true existence is something larger than this. So you can all begin the exercise. You can start penning down. If you feel like sharing anything or asking any question during the exercise, you can do so. And we'll be giving about 10 minutes for you all to complete this exercise.
Yes, so you can pen down, you can start penning down whatever you think are your biggest possessions, whatever you associate your identity with. It can even be your habits and your thinking patterns, your friend, your family, your property, anything, so to speak of, which you associate your I with, your identity with, right? And you have to internalize, sit and internalize that you, the real you, is something which is beyond all of this. So you can pen down all of these various things which you associate your identity with, whatever you possess, whatever you can possess, list down all of them, and then cognize that you are something beyond all of this. You can share it even on the social media. That will be a good exercise for you, even for you to remember and internalize this in a deeper way, and also to share with others so that they can also be benefited by these exercises, these powerful cognitions. Whatever clicks you are having, you can share with others as well. So it's a very good exercise for you to internalize, cognize it in a deeper way, and then share it on the social media as well. So let's now begin this exercise and do it.
Okay, I just wanted to respond based on what Ma Satya Srinivas has shared. So now you see, it's even certain things that actually bring strength to us in some situation, we will find that or there will be other situations in which these can bind us, and ultimately on our path to becoming enlightened, we will have to go beyond even these. So now Ma is asking, so how to get above and beyond? So now just focus as of now on surrender. If you just remember that you are not these and that you are something more, that is enough. It's not necessarily about coming to other conclusions or discarding these ideas that you have. It's just about remembering that you are something more, and that these do not define you, that you are not, your identity is not defined by these. So yeah, just remember, and ultimately coming to this clarity, and with this clarity bringing deeper and deeper levels of surrender. So all these realizations ultimately they help us to experience deeper and deeper levels of surrender. As Swamiji says that ultimately when we become enlightened, we are established in the space of complete and permanent surrender. So here the goal, I can say, is surrender. By understanding that we are not these, we experience deeper and deeper levels of surrender. So I hope that helped you more. I'll give you a few more minutes for you all to complete this exercise. Yes. Now with this, we come to the end of this exercise. Some of you had good revelations and realizations. So that is great. I hope that has helped you. If you have further questions or clicks that you want to share, please feel free to do so. And otherwise, now we'll be proceeding into another round of the power manifestation.
Yes. So let's now enter into the next round of power manifestation. So we are manifesting the power of Mahima and the Ashtamaha Shaktis, which are the 8 divine powers of Paramashiva. Among them one of them is Mahima, Lagima, and Garima. So these powers directly deal with changing the size of the objects, increasing or decreasing. So in this round in particular, we will be manifesting the power of reducing the size of a huge object. I mean, not too huge, but something like a chair or a table which is there in your room, right? Maybe a cupboard also. That's also would count as one of the objects which you can manifest the power on. Television, that's also okay. So any of these objects which is there near to you, you can bring that object closer to you where you're sitting, so that we can prepare ourselves for manifesting this power. So I will be chanting and sharing with you the Shastra Pramana, that is the scriptural evidence of this power, and meanwhile you can arrange for the object to be right in front of you while you're manifesting the power. So the scriptural evidence for this power of Ashtamaha Shaktis comes from Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verse 76 to 78. The verse reads as Maranam khadyate tena kenapi na khadyate tasya shyat paramasiddhir animadi guna prada vayu sanacharate dehe rasavriddhir bhave dhruvam akasha pankajagala krityushamapi vardate. The translation for this verse goes as, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the higher powers such as Anima, Lagima, Mahima, Garima, etc. The Vayu, that is the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased, that is Rasa Vriddhi. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus, Akasha Pankaja, also increases in him. So this is a direct revelation from Paramashiva in Shiva Samhita, directly from the Vedas and Agamas. The source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma themselves give legitimacy to this power that we are going to manifest now, and we have been initiated into this power by Swami himself, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the very manifestation of Paramashiva for the current modern day humanity. So let's now enter into the power manifestation now. Let's prepare ourselves. Sit cross-legged on the floor, and if you're not comfortable too much to sit on the floor, you can sit on the chair as well. And keep your head, neck, and spine in the straight line so it doesn't obstruct the flow of Kundalini Shakti from your Mooladhara to Sahasrara Chakra. When you connect with Swamiji from the space of oneness, it leads to the gushing of the Kundalini Shakti from your Mooladhara to Sahasrara Chakra, which manifests as that power which you are going to manifest, right? So make sure your head, neck, and spine are in the straight line, and then visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam from KAILASA. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. So you're going to visualize that Paramashiva himself has come down from KAILASA, manifesting as Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifesting as Swamiji, and remembering Paramashiva in our third eye, visualizing him. Then sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. What is the powerful cognition that we're going to meditate on? Think intensely that you are Nithyananda Paramashiva. Anything else you think as your identity is delusion. So just drop it. Only identity we are going to carry is you are Nithyananda Paramashiva. You are Nithyananda Paramashiva. Carrying the space of absolutely unclutching experience the state of Paramashiva. Sit completely unclutched, carrying the space of complete completion within our being to experience the space of Paramashiva. Oneness to experience as powers of Paramashiva. And intensely vibrating in Ajapa Japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, loudly chanting and deeply from your very navel, sound should come and reverberate in your entire body. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Mahavakya. You should chant and invoking the space of oneness with Swamiji. And deep feeling connection with Bhagavan to experience the being of Paramashiva. Meanwhile, turn on the video recording so that you can record yourself while you are manifesting this power, which you can then later on upload on social media platforms and share the joy of you manifesting this power with your friends, inviting them also to experience the same. So hopefully you have the object in front of you, near you. It is going to be preferably a large object. It can be a table, chair, something like that. So let's now start the power manifestation. Make sure you take the first measurement of that huge object. You can measure, for example, the height, the width, the length. If it is a spherical object, you can measure the circumference, the equatorial circumference, or the diameter, whatever captures the size of the object, whatever dimension captures the size of the object. Make sure you take the measurement of it and note it down. It will take a minute. Take the first measurement before we begin the power manifestation. We will be playing the Mahavakya during the power manifestation. You're going to chant the Mahavakya along with the audio. Connect with Swamiji from the space of oneness. You will declare the weight of the object to reduce. In this round, we are going to reduce the weight of the object. If you don't have a weighing scale for that huge object, what you can do is, even if you reduce the size, reduction in the size itself would capture also the reduction in the mass. So we can measure the size of the object as a proxy as well. So make sure you take the initial measurement. Hopefully you have done so. And now let us enter into the power manifestation. We'll be starting with the Mahavakya. Chant Mahavakya loudly, connecting with Swamiji from the space of oneness and declaring for the size of the object to reduce. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
When we chant the Mahavakya and when we invoke the space of oneness, that itself is the greatest gift which we are celebrating. And when we remember Swamiji in our inner space, and when Swamiji is simply manifesting to us, and we feel his presence in our very body during the power manifestation, we are celebrating that. That is the gift which Swamiji has given us, initiated us into. And it's time for us to head over to the social media platforms and share this experience of power manifestation with all the people, inviting them also to get a taste of this power manifestation science and experience the superconscious breakthrough even in their own lives. We can take a minute and post our experiences, our cognition, our clicks that we received during the previous segment in the social media, enriching and inviting people to register for Paramashivoham Level 2 and get initiated by Swamiji and actually get the greatest blessing of having the incarnation himself, avatar himself, Swamiji himself in their life as Guru. So we will now be moving to the next segment in our series of sessions today in Paramashivoham Level 2. So in this upcoming segment, Swamiji is revealing to us the science of karma in order to make us all powerful. This is the cosmic mystery of karma that Swamiji is going to decode for all of us in this upcoming section. So let's dive deep into it now. So the first thing Swamiji is sharing with us is how to expand your ability to cognize. Expanding our ability to cognize. What is the significance of this statement? Why should we even expand our ability to cognize? So Swamiji says, the cosmic logic, karma, is taught to you and is revealed to you only to make you powerful and create a new future, to live powerfully and undo all the mistakes committed in the past due to delusion and ignorance. Anything you wanted, even once, you have to enjoy it. That is the law of life. So whatever we have wanted, whatever we have wished for, whatever we have desired, even once in our life, we have to enjoy it. Whether it is a positive thing or so-called a negative thing, anything that we have ever wished for, we have to enjoy it. That is the law of life. You know, every happening now you aspired for at one time, you craved for it at one time. This is the best news, the greatest news. So whatever is happening to you now, whatever you are experiencing, you have already desired for it at one point. You have already craved for it at one time, whatever the reason, but you have craved for that. That is why you are enjoying it now. It can be a positive experience or a negative experience, but you have wanted it. You have craved for it at some point of time. Now, this is the best news. Swamiji says, this is the greatest news. So any situation you are in, when you are frustrated, look in and find out what must be the best thing in this situation for which I have aspired this situation in my past. There has to be some reason for which you have aspired it. Even in the so-called negative things, you wanted something good out of it. That's why you wished for it. What is that thing? Look in and find out. Let me look from that context at this situation. You will see you are enjoying exactly what you want. Something in it you are enjoying that you wished to enjoy even at that point. That is why you desired for this situation to get attracted into your life. So look in and see what that is. Understanding the original context for which you aspired for the present situation, and looking at the present situation from that very context and enjoying, celebrating it is completion. I'll repeat. Understanding the original context for which you aspired for the present situation and looking at the present situation from that very context and enjoying, celebrating it is completion. That brings completion with the present moment, with the present situation. So whenever you feel uncomfortable with your present happenings, whatever your present experience of reality is, just look in and see what was the original context for which you aspired for the very situation to be there in your life at the present moment. When you understand it and relook at the present situation from that context and enjoy and celebrate it from that context, it brings deep completion within you.
You feel karma is binding because your context has become matured and your aspirations have become matured. Even your karma is not a curse on you. even your frustration cannot frustrate you anymore if you understand the frustration is caused by your aspirations getting matured. Now, analyze your whole life with this one truth: no frustration can frustrate you anymore. Frustration frustrates you only if you are from the wrong context. So this whole frustration comes from the place that we feel that we are powerless about what is happening to us, and that we are not, we would like to experience something different, that we would like, we wish life was different, and we forget that it is us who have created what we are experiencing. And as we said, even sometime out of suffering we get certain satisfaction, or it allows us to play certain cards and or enjoy certain things in our lives. So we have to remember this, and whenever we remember this context, then we do not get frustrated in our lives anymore. Now, for example, when you aspired for the CEO chair, you must be having some context. But after getting it, when you sit in that chair, you forget the context. And then you start aspiring for a politician's chair. And again, after achieving that, you now become a politician and you sit in that chair, and you again forget the context of why you wanted to be there in the first place. And once again, after that, after becoming a politician, then you aspire for the Swami's seat, to become a religious and spiritual leader and enjoy that power, that position. And that is why life continues to be frustrating, because nothing wrong in aspirations getting matured. But something is seriously wrong in you forgetting the context why you are having what you are having. So here, Swamiji is highlighting something very important, that all our sufferings and this frustration only comes from the fact that we forget the context. We wish for something, we desire for something, and then later on, when we get it, we forget what is the reason why we desired it in the first place, and we move on with to pursue new desires, and finally this whole cycle just never ends. We never experience fulfillment anywhere in our lives. This is why, you know, we keep changing. Even relationships, we do not find what we wanted with the people that we have in our lives, and all this is because of forgetfulness, because we forget the context because of which we desired for those things in the first place, and we forget that it is us who wanted those things and attracted them in our lives. So now with this, we'll be proceeding into a short clip from Swamiji on karma, and understanding how karma is the source code software of our lives. It is the source code software that defines our experience. So now let's get into it and see what Swamiji has to say on this topic.
Hey, listen. When you postpone what you need to do for money, you are doing what is needed for poverty. Understand? When you are postponing what needs to be done for wealth, you are preponing what is need to be done for poverty. when you don't want to be exposing your blind spots to yourself, when you want to be in delusion, when you are postponing what you need to do for wealth, you are preponing and doing what is needed for poverty. Learn to open your eyes to the software based on which you are functioning. Whether in the individual level towards enlightenment or social level, your survival as the society, group of people, or political level, survival of your political existence, or economical level, survival of your group economically in any level. Understand the source code software. I understood the source code software of myself, my body, how the various organs of my body is coordinated, how they are all inspired, excited, what inspires them, what makes them active, alive, energetic. I have understood that source code. Because of that, even poison could not kill me. When anti-Hindu gang tried to poison me, it only disturbed my health, but it could not kill me. Before that, I woke up and did all the detoxing needed to be done. Now I am not only back with health, I have done anti-aging, the Kayakalpa process. All my knowledge, research, everything I received from my gurus and with my own experience, and when I taught my disciples and from their experience, everything put together. Now the whole Kayakalpa science is ready, tested on my body, and foolproof. Listen. When I understood the dharma of my body, how my intra-organs and internal organs and external body, physical body, all these are interconnected, coordinated, organized. How all my 5 structures relate with each other. The physical structure, breathing structure, mental structure, cognition structure, conscious structure, how all these 5 structures of me relate with each other. how they either inspire each other or perspire each other. This whole coordination. What is the source code of the software of this happening? This whole thing I understood because I understood what is happening inside me. I can understand very clearly what is happening outside me. And I tell you, a person who unclutches and understands his source code, the source code of his internal software, becomes the best person to strategize even for social success, economical success, political success. That is why in those days the Raja Gurus, enlightened beings, they formed the foundation of the Hindu think tank on which the Hindu civilization stood. It is actually the enlightened beings and their guidance started reducing. When that started reducing, the Hindu civilization collapsed, not otherwise. Not otherwise. Fundamental education need to be given for a child is the child should discover its dharma, the source code of its software. See, what is the fundamental principles based on which the child has printed its body? What kind of food excites? What kind of routine inspires? What kind of thought current gives fulfillment? What kind of actions and reactions happen in your internal organs? A child should be given this education. I tell you, the greatest gift I received from my gurus is this education. Once I understood the first principle of me, I just know everything. I become Sarvanya. I can know anything. Understand? I'm not talking out of arrogance. I'm telling you the truth as it is. I can know anything if there is a crisis in social level or national level or international level. I can look into it and understand the whole plan, how it is going to manifest. Sometimes I'll tell few things and sometimes I won't tell. But if you see the strategies I do for my life and for my Sangha, you can understand I know the crisis which is going to come and how it will open up and what will be the impact of that crisis on national level, international level, everything. If you just know how I act and react, see, especially if you are my devotee for last 10 years, if you are associated with the Sangha at least last 5-6 years, just sit and think through what all the kind of decisions I took about myself or about the KAILASA, Sangha, every level. Don't bother about what I conveyed to people or did not convey to people. Many times I won't convey completely because people are not ready to listen. People are not ready to listen, not interested in real solutions. And not only they are deluded, they get angry if their deluded feedback is not taken and considered for my decision making. I have seen fools, in the name of feedback, they try to push their decision on my head. Not only they don't get out of their delusion, they want to sink along with sinking the whole ship. I said nothing.
Which is currently going on. Myself, Srinitya Sundareshwarananda, with me we have Srinitya Paramashivoham and Srinitya Mangalananda. All three of us had actually represented at the UNEA 6, and we wanted to share our experience about attending the event and also present you furthermore facts. We also have a couple of other events that are lined up today, which also we'll be sharing about very shortly. So let's hear from Mangala Maharaj and Paramashivoham Maharaj, after which we'll enter into looking at what actually happened there as well. Yes, Paramashivoham Maharaj, you could go ahead. Just give an introduction to yourself for all our viewers and you can share.
Yes, Maharaj. Myself, Srinitya Paramashivoham. I am a Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul and I've been with Swamiji for the last 13 years. And yesterday I was blessed with the opportunity to represent KAILASA at the UNEA 6 in Kenya, Nairobi. And we represented KAILASA and we had an opportunity to represent KAILASA through this aspect, and we three from KAILASA we had represented, and yes.
Thank you. Yes, Mangala Maharaj, go ahead.
Yes, so as you all probably aware already that yesterday it was a very wonderful experience to begin with. One of the things which really stood out to me when when we are interacting with diplomats and with all the various dignitaries who had come for the event was their pleasant surprise, so to say, the pleasant surprise and the astonishment on hearing the contributions which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done over the last 27 years. And so that is something which really stood out, because for us we've been seeing it for many years now, and for me it's been more than a decade, seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism day in and day out, and all the hard work happening in so many different locations, happening in so many different continents. And so just sharing these facts, sharing these projects and all the initiatives taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for sustainable world, for protecting the environment, for protecting the Mother Earth, the Bhumi Mata. It was so wonderful to see so much of positive reciprocation back in terms of the the initiatives being taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and for everyone it was more like a pleasant surprise, so to say, where because you don't hear or you don't see this kind of hard work being done by many people, and it's very rare to even hear about these things.
Actually, that's very true. Yesterday, when we actually presented about Kailasa, at the first, there were a lot of statesmen who were there. We had a lot of ministers who had come in, and yesterday the event was also graced by the First Lady of Kenya, Her Excellency Ms. Ruto, and she had actually graced the event as well, for whom we also got an opportunity to pay our respects and also share the vision that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given, and not just the vision that has been given, but how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made this as a working model, as a successful working model, which is what the United Nations, especially the United Nations Environment Program, which is working towards tackling what they call the triple planetary crisis, which is the main agenda, once again, as I told earlier, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through the holistic approach, has made a successfully working model which can be replicated in multiple countries, already in over 100 spiritual embassies around the world. And this was very well taken by the United Nations Environment Program, by the UNEA Assembly as well, with various dignitaries such as the ministers. We had ministers from various parts of the world. We had ministers from Colombia, we had ministers from Nigeria, we had ministers from Botswana, we had from Zambia, from Malawi, and so many other places. So we had a lot of dignitaries who were there, and we also had a lot of private sector businessmen who had also come into the picture, where, because a lot of funding comes in from there, so they also wanted to hear the perspective to say, okay, who is actually able to contribute to the vision, who is actually able to bring in a real working change, because there are a lot of startups, there are a lot of events, there are a lot of initiatives, but who actually is able to bring a tangible output, who has already shown it, because many things are still in discussion. The UN provides a platform to every one of us, to all the various groups around the world, to showcase or to pitch in their ideas, but there are very few who have already established the successful working models, and yesterday was one of that. And recognizing this, the UNEA, the United Nations Environment Assembly, has also published a feature, KAILASA, in their webpage as well, which very clearly indicates and which very clearly showing that this model established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, taking a holistic approach, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism very beautifully shares about how it is care over cure, because yesterday a lot of discussion was towards about how we can look at the analysis, we can look at the data, which is all based on the cure aspect of it, that we have already damaged a lot. Now how do we cure it? Now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always emphasized on care, where before you cause the damage, start taking the action, and that by nature will ensure that even the cure starts happening. Let's take a few moments to look at the video that was relayed live on the UN TV, about where we got an opportunity to share about the initiatives from KAILASA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alfa. Dear Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and panel members, my name is Sundareshwara. I represent the United States of Kailasa, which is the first nation for Hindus revived by the sovereign of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And one of the important points that were discussed by all of you is the key importance of partnership. And towards this, the sovereign of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has been tirelessly working over the last 27 years through a worldwide movement in over 100 different countries towards the healthy planet, and taking an holistic approach through the Hindu tradition. And there have been several green initiatives towards this. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also envisioned care over cure. I guess that is where the early warning systems come into the place as well. And in our tradition, we look at planet Earth as Mother Earth. So the very approach that we take in the Hindu tradition by very nature is to protect it. And through the holistic approaches, we have seen very, very positive changes to the extent that we are able to mitigate any disasters just through the holistic approach. So I did hear from many of you distinguished panelists where the data sets and the space agencies as to how it is coming in, but I also feel another important component to this is the holistic approach. And some of the initiatives by KAILASA, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for example, the Clean Air Initiative, which is basically an initiative by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, planting flora all over the spiritual embassies in over 100 countries around the world. And similar initiatives such as Go Zero Waste, Say No Plastic, Reuse Food in Agriculture, Go Vegetarian, Ishanya Project, and so on. So I also want to just pitch in over here is that KAILASA is actually working to bring back the planet Earth through its full glory through the Healthy Planet Initiative, and looking to see that a holistic approach is also one of the key importance as being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
You all would have looked at the video which was just played for all of us. So this was the representation from KAILASA that was made during the event, which was streamed live for every one of us on the UN TV. And over this, we had very high level talks with the various ministers that were present, with the various statesmen, with the various representatives and the high level dignitaries of the United Nations, whether it is the Director General of the UNEP, the Director General of UNOM, the Director General of UNEA, where they gave their listening to understand, okay, how does it work on a large scale? How do we replicate this on a large scale? Because there are a lot of working models which work on a shorter scale. And there are also things which work on a larger scale but take a lot of time, which is not instantly where we are able to implement things around the world. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of a sheer hard work and tireless effort, tireless hard work, towards establishing this science of the Hindu Sanatana Dharma by reviving KAILASA, which is the first nation for Hindus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made these very concepts that today we are fighting around the world for, that today is actually threatening the very existence of the planet Earth itself. All the issues that are there, all of these things have been addressed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and by the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by the inspiration of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, millions around the world are now living and practicing this, making this as a successful, working, sustainable model which can be replicated everywhere. And we also had a chance to meet with various dignitaries explaining this same to all of those dignitaries around. And once again, we got the invitations to attend the further events of these high-level discussions that are going on, through which they're actually drafting a couple of resolutions. We'll be sharing further down in the days as well. So the UNA is actually drafting various resolutions towards tackling the triple planetary crisis, and KAILASA's inputs have been become one of the major parts which is actually contributing to these drafts that are being made now. And I'd like to hand over back to Sri Nithyananda Maharaj to share some more experiences about like this is your first time that you're attending the UN event and representing KAILASA. Maybe you could share with all of our viewers about how you felt and what is your learning from that.
One thing, Maharaj, as you were sharing, the teachings which Swamiji has instilled in us, and one of them, the thing which at least breaks the initial ice to go and have a conversation is the unabashedliness of being a Hindu. Right. Swamiji himself leading by example and in emphasizing and sharing with us the importance as well. Just by, I'm sure you all would have seen the photos, and it's just such a great one. We are representing Hindu tradition and Sanatana Sanatana Hindu Dharma unabashedly, and it's also a great way for breaking the ice and starting a conversation where naturally people are curious, they want to know more, and it garners a lot of respect as well, because while people are coming from different backgrounds and different ethnicities, not many people are coming and having the pride of their tradition, of their culture. Something which Swamiji has instilled in all of us by himself, being unabashedly Hindu. And so that is one of the big focal points, because practicing inside is one, but when you go outside and we start interacting and meeting with people, then only you truly understand the depth and the level of which Swamiji's contributions are happening in multi different directions, in multi different places. Something simple as following the agamic lifestyle, following the agamic way of dressing. It is not just for, there are so many spiritual benefits, so many personal benefits and health benefits. And apart from that, the tradition which you're standing for, the culture which you're representing, which Swamiji is, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actively reviving. But also on a global stage, it speaks volumes to who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is and what KAILASA stands for. And so one of the major breakthroughs, the major clicks which I personally had from this whole experience is, we speak about KAILASA, and speaking is one, but when you actually go and stand there wearing the whole Tirumula Varkavedam and speak about Swamiji, share what Swamiji has contributed to the world, it's a whole completely different experience. You may have spoken about it, you may have spoken about it to multiple different people, have shared in multiple different, as I myself have done in multiple different pre-satsang segments, but presenting it on the world stage is something of a different experience altogether. In many ways, it's like pre-satsang, but at a different level, so to say, where you completely are no more you're representing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you're representing KAILASA, and Swamiji himself is flowing through you. In a way, it's actually another Paramashivoham exercise, so to say, where you allow Swamiji where you allow yourself to become a channel for Swamiji to express through you. And many of the cases, it's like that, because how much ever we know about KAILASA, it is the moments when you're there, when you're standing and when you're representing, the words just flow through you. The words flow through you, and you may have practiced or presented a number of times, but just standing there, the words automatically flow through you. Swamiji automatically flows through you. And so even in a spiritual sense, even in a personal level, you're manifesting more of Swamiji, so to say.
Beautiful. Actually, that's a very important point. Yes, Paramashivoham Maharaj, go ahead.
Yes. So, as Mangala Maharaj was sharing about Swamiji manifesting through you even in that time, it is just an experience that each and every one has. It is the initiation that each and every one has received from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after the initiation of sannyas. That is the most powerful experience, where where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism just manifests through you and says the right things to be said. That is what is the most beautiful things over there, because each and every word that was uttered, it was literally making an impact on each and every person over there, giving them the experience of what Sanatana Hindu Dharma has to contribute to the whole planet Earth. That is what is the experience that each and every one of us had in this event.
And just like how Paramashivoham Maharaj was sharing, I wanted to share my experience as well in this personally. Representing on a world stage, representing at the headquarters of the United Nations Environment Program in Nairobi, Kenya, is actually a very different experience, so to say. And when I actually look back at this, right, the most important thing are the things that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has made as a very core component of our very life. So it doesn't feel something different, rather you just know this is what you're living. And when you understand, when you go outside and when you meet with people to understand, okay, what is actually the problem out there? And when you understand that what you're living is the solution for the problems out there, which are being spent millions and billions of dollars and trying to figure out what are the ways to do it, just by the very life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it an experience for each and every one of us without even the slightest difficulty of pain, just through the inspiration of what exists. I've been in the Nithyananda Gurukul, I've graduated from the Nithyananda Gurukul, and back when we were in the Nithyananda Gurukul, Swamiji always gave us these visions about how we would represent in the United Nations, how we would be speaking in these world stages, world forums, and how we would be representing on the international stage handling and tackling the actual problems of the world around various different headquarters, around various different agencies like the United Nations. And today we see this as a representation. Just a week before, we had represented at the United Nations Youth Assembly, the UNY. So the Youth Assembly we had actually represented, and yesterday we got an opportunity to represent for the Environment Assembly as well. And we're also having another event that is coming up just tomorrow, and we'll be attending that as well. We've been invited for that as well. So we'll be attending that event too. But the thing here is that what Swamiji spoke about, the very grooming right from the young age, the ideas that Swamiji has instilled, the ideas that Swamiji has made as part of our life, not only gives us the ability and the powerfulness to handle the situations in our own life, whether you have a problem or whether you want to achieve something or whether you want to make something a reality, Swamiji has made the very core understandings of the core cognitions with which we live as the fundamental basis of solving the problems inside and outside on a micro scale, which is for my own life, and also on a global scale, which is for the entire world here together. So that was actually a very beautiful, I would say a click, or I would say something that I felt to understand about it, because what I spoke was what my experience was. It was not like something different from what I am living or what I have been living all this while. So it was a very beautiful experience. And for all our viewers who are sitting with us all around the world, you can also have a beautiful opportunity to join the Nithyananda Gurukul, to put your kids, to put your grandchildren in the Nithyananda Gurukul. It's ecitizen.info/Gurukul. You can register yourself for having your kids join the Nithyananda Gurukul register, where these ideas, where these thought currents, where these powerful cognitions are made into a reality, are stitched into the very fabric while the kids are growing itself. So tomorrow they become stewards of leadership on the world platform, just like how we are representing today. And again, once again, we are at very initial stages where we are representing, but the very initial stages itself, there's such a big reciprocation from the United Nations, wherever, in whichever agency of United Nations that we represent. And we are really looking forward to see this growing further and further. So once again, all the viewers who are watching us live, have your kids join the Nithyananda Gurukul. If you'd like to register and learn more about Nithyananda Gurukul, you can register yourself at ecitizen.info/Gurukul. And similarly, if you'd like to become the spiritual ambassadors of KAILASA, where you can go and represent KAILASA in those various platforms, you can also do that by registering at ecitizen.info/spiritual ambassador. So you can actually register in both of these links. For the Nithyananda Gurukul, you have the age limit, and for the spiritual ambassadors, you do not have an age limit. You can represent because there are various other collaborations with the United Nations that we are continuously working along on. So you can register yourself to become a spiritual ambassador of KAILASA, and we will train you, we will help you understand, and we will give you an opportunity to represent the United States of KAILASA, the first nation for Hindus revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you will have an opportunity to represent KAILASA. So once again, I think this is a very brief session that we wanted to bring to you today, as we are also getting ready to attend the next event in just a couple of hours from now. And you can be sure to hear a lot more news that will be coming up, and elaborate more sessions and segments where we share further insights about what has been happening, what are the contributions, what are the collaborations between the United Nations and KAILASA, and how we are looking forward to take this further as well. So once again, thank you everybody for tuning in, and we thank all the Paramashivoham participants, the level 1, 2 and 3 participants also for tuning in for today's session. So once again, if you'd like to have your kids join the Nithyananda Gurukul, please make sure that you sign up at ecitizen.info/Gurukul. And if you would like to represent KAILASA on these world stages, ecitizen.info/spiritual ambassador. So please go ahead, register yourself, and we shall see you again soon. Let's now go to the next segment shortly. Thank you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
We all just listened to a very, very beautiful sharing from the delegates, the prince, all the princes of Kailasa, who had the opportunity to represent Kailasa, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, on the global stage. And the alumni of Kailasa's Nithyananda Rajavidya Gurukul. Actually, this is the blessed life that Swamiji blesses all of us, the Kailasa's Nithyananda Rajavidya Gurukul listens with. And as they were beautifully sharing, that's exactly the lifestyle that Swamiji gives us. And this is how Swamiji trains us. When Swamiji says, Swamiji is not creating the next generation, but instead he's creating a new gen. And that's exactly what Swamiji is doing. And this opportunity, anybody who wants to also be a part of representing Kailasa in these global forums, and you also want to experience like this, you also want to be a part of it, take a moment and do let us know. We are going to be sending you all the form where you can register. It will be posted to you all in the chat, and we are going to be projecting the form shortly where you all can sign up and register yourself to be part of these global events. So take a moment and sign up, and you too can avail this wonderful opportunity. Don't worry that the adequate training would be given to you. You'd be supported and you would get an opportunity to become a delegate of Kailasa. So you're going to get to be a part of the history in the making. I know I see a lot of you posting so many amazing messages. Actually, one other amazing thing was that this was a picture that was selected and posted even in their official websites of the United Nations, the UNEP. And it was the photos of Kailasa's Nithyananda Rajavidya Gurukul alumni